Good evening and welcome to the January 18th, 2024 Northampton County Council meeting. Mr. Heckman, would you please lead us in the pledge?
Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I'd like to ask for a moment of silence and reflection before we begin our business this evening. Thank you. Ms. Zemba, will you call the roll, please?
Mr. Brown.
Here.
Mr. Giovanni.
Here.
Mr. Goffredo.
Here.
Mr. Heckman.
here.
Ms. Keegan. Here. Mr. Kraft.
Present.
Ms. Fargo Hefner.
Here.
Mr. Warren.
Here.
All present.
Thank you. Next, can I have an approval of our motion to approve the minutes of January 2nd, 2024 and January 4th, 2024?
So moved.
Second? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition or amendments? Motion carries. Next, we have courtesy of the floor. We have a few people signed up this evening. Is there anybody who signed up under courtesy of the floor that is a candidate later that didn't want to speak but just thought they had to sign in? Okay, just checking because people do that sometimes. Everyone gets 5 minutes. I will keep the time. And the first person we have is Daniel Dewey. Please state your address or your home and when you get up here.
Full address or just?
Just your town is fine.
Daniel Dewey, Tadamy Borough. There are lots of candidates interested in the open position tonight. You always have to wonder when there's so much interest, what's going on. Last night I mentioned that communications is very important for county council. And a key vehicle for communications is the county website. And please fix it.
Right.
There are lots of links that are broken. There's a lot of information that Google's linking to that just you can't get to. And if information isn't accessible, it doesn't exist. Also, please bring back the Citizens Academy. It used to be a very neat program that brought a lot of people from, like myself, who wouldn't know how the county works into the fold and presents lots of opportunities. It was a great opportunity for citizens to learn and to get involved. And before you say it's too expensive to run something like that, I'll counter that's too expensive not to run something like that. If it does come back, please invite everyone who came tonight to present for the open position. And there's more than one way to be involved. And thank you very much for your time. Let's keep this channel open.
Thank you, sir. Next, Deborah Bachman.
Deborah Bachman from Hellertown. I respectfully ask, is this right? I respectfully ask that the newly established Election Integrity Committee reach out to all Northampton County judges of elections who served in November of 2023. While the administration can give perspective on contracts and explanations, it is only the acting judges of elections that can recount exactly what they were told, what they were not told, how the public reacted, and ultimately how they interpreted their oaths and responsibilities on Election Day in November. Each judge, having that very day taken an oath to administer a fair and proper election, would have been left to decide how to do so in an election allowed to continue with malfunctioning machines. The morning messages delivered by Brittany Whalen were brief with no indication of who dictated them. If you feel the day's directives as delivered to the polls may be informative, and if the election office cannot provide their content to you, I would be willing to do so. The Vice President of ES&S stated at your November meeting that the mechanism for the vote flipping was known by 8:15 on Election Day. In hindsight, the situation could be explained, and it happened with all the votes, but was only apparent if a voter did not straight line vote all yes or all no. Knowing that this was a consistent reversing of the candidate names within the machines and on all machines would have indeed allowed votes to be tallied correctly. Sadly, none of this was shared with the judges of elections. Judges were never informed it was not sporadic and random, which is what our actual experience had demonstrated. It is impossible to nullify one's actual experience. It would have needed to be explained. Judges were told to have voters return to machine voting and per Brittany Whalen, quote, inform voters that their votes for Superior Court retention question will show up in reverse, but will be counted correctly. This was at 9:12 a.m. My comfort and recourse was that I did have emergency ballots, and after that, provisional ballots to be used for any voter that saw their vote flipped, such it did not reflect the intent of their vote cast. Much emphasis has been put on the number of 20 emergency ballots given to each precinct as being the crux of the problem, with the solution being to increase the number. While I agree we should have more emergency ballots, before spending thousands of dollars on printing, I would ask why there was a palpable resistance to providing precincts with additional paper ballots. One judge of elections was physically removed midday because, as Chris Camini told LehighValleyNews.com, quote, the judge in question decided to allow voters to make a choice whether they wanted to vote on the machines or paper ballot, so he wasn't following what he was instructed to do. It was also midday that I was informed I would not be getting any more paper ballots because, quote, no one was getting them. I did receive additional emergency ballots at 6:20 p.m. This delivery occurred after I received a judicial order from Judge Murray at 4:41, indicating that we must offer emergency ballots to certain voters when their machine vote repeatedly did not match their intended. It would seem that in less than 2 hours, the election office was able to create and Xerox emergency ballots that were individualized for every single one of Northampton County's voting precincts and have them delivered to over 100 sites. They were hard to read, being smaller print, had been crafted from an absentee ballot, and Xeroxed. But how much better the outcome had they been initiated at 8 a.m. or 9 a.m. or even 10 a.m. I received notice this week that all poll workers will be required to attend a training in March, which is welcome news. Every poll worker should be presented with guidance. It is my fervent hope that these trainings will not be designed as reprimands and remediations for the sole purpose of compliance. There is much the administration could garner from an honest endeavor to open dialogue and learn from mistakes on both sides of the operation. I'm sorry, I'm very nervous.
You have about a minute.
It is also my fervent hope that your intended committee will work to come in sideways on the inner workings as they unfold, for neither of you from the top down nor the bottom up will be adequate to monitor or improve our voter integrity issues. I would suggest that other judges of elections would have other insights and other experiences. Their phone numbers and emails would be available to you for the asking. Whether you offer an invitation to a committee meeting or an email with specific questions of focus, you have an opportunity to put boots on the ground through the people who lived it. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Robert Teal.
Thank you very much for allowing me to speak to the council tonight. My name is Robert Teal. I live at 2424 North Delaware Drive in Mount Bethel. I have been and I am the current chairman of the board of the Planning Commission. I was a past vice chair of the supervisors, which my term expired January 1st. But nevertheless, I came here tonight to talk to you about the LERTA program. The LERTA program is a tool that we can use to attract more businesses and good businesses. We've had a number of them very interested in our project up there, not our project, but River Point's project, and there has been some opposition to it. However, if you look at the overall project, we have a lot to gain. If you keep the LERTA program intact, and it does have a sunset clause, so it will go away eventually, we really need that as a tool. I've noticed in the last couple of months, we had some really great businesses offer, but pushback on some of them have been too long, and they went somewhere else. But we do have a number of industries interested in bringing jobs and an economic growth to the Slate Belt. Let me talk to you a minute about this. I went to Bangor High School also, along with everybody else in my community. It was devastating when we lost the industries in Bangor. The garment industry went away, and they all wound up in China or Taiwan or some other place. Blue Ridge Wrinkler Textile wound up going somewhere else. We lost our tax base. We desperately need a tax base. The Bangor Area School District recognizes that. Upper Mount Bethel also recognizes that. Please stay with us and approve. Do not rescind the LERTA program. It's most important to us. I worked with Lisa Pector, who is obviously the developer's daughter and part of the company. She's really an environmentalist, and she helped organize the NID. They figured there was a shortcoming if you did the LERTA, that the town would have no way of paying for some things. With the NID, the Neighborhood Improvement District, the taxes were come from the businesses and other perks that we're getting out of it, including a municipal building, $2 million for a new municipal building, and maybe we won't have to share the municipal garage. Other municipalities all have a municipal building that is a little bit respectable. Whenever we have 25 people or more, we have to meet in the township's garage, or we have to beg room at the fire company. 1 minute. With that said, Lisa's worked with us to try to get an environmental educational facility funded and all of those things. This will be a state-of-the-art facility. Help us achieve that, please. I beg you, do the right thing. Do not rescind the LERTA program. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have Scott Huff. Did I say that right?
Yes, ma'am. Good evening again, Council. I promise I will try to be brief tonight, and I won't be making this a habit, but Mr. Spadoni, I'll be seeing you soon, I'm sure, at another government building down in Bethlehem over some other matters. But I'm here today because I want to address something that came up at the last meeting. Shortly after Mr. Heckman read the civility clause, a comment was made by Commissioner Kraft about, I will not vote for any Republicans that run for or that submit for the open county council seat. And I thought that was a little rough, considering Mr. Heckman had just read a civility clause and we're all supposed to be here for the common good of the people of the county. But I thought about it some more, and I thought about the 4 or 5 students that were sitting in the back of the room that night. And I thought to myself, what are we telling young people that may want to get into the process about civility and about working together? And I don't think that was a very good thing to say. Now, the other comment that was made that night was 34,000 or 37,000 Democrats should show up here tonight and demand that Ms. Zirinsky's seat is filled with a Democrat. Now, if any other person would have said that on the other party, that would have been deemed as some kind of, uprising or riot. And I don't think that was Mr. Kraft's intention at all. But I don't think it was a good use of words in this forum. And I think it was really not good for those young people. You want to pick on me, you want to pick on other adults, that's fine, other party, whatever. But when it comes to young people and trying to get them involved in the process, that was probably not the best thing to say. We had so many nice people that came up here yesterday and gave their time and interviewed for this position, to include some young folks. And I'm glad that that one young man came up here and said something. But let's try to work together regardless of what happens here tonight, and make sure that we're doing what's best for the people in the county and that we're giving everybody a fair opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, I have Hunter Kessel.
Yeah, could I have Lou Hector take my spot? I signed up before him, but
Do you want to be moved, or do you want to waive your time?
I'd like to be moved down.
Mr. Peck, well, Lisa Pector's next, so.
That's fine.
Good evening. I'm Lisa Pector from Bethlehem, but representing River Point Logistics, and obviously here to discuss the LRTA. Just to give you a quick update on where we're at with the project, because some of you are new and we haven't been here for about a year on this matter. We have 2 buildings that have final approval. We have 13 buildings at preliminary approval, and we have a long way to go to get to final approval where we can actually sell lots and attract businesses here. We do get inquiries all the time. Reddington Farms was one of them. They were a 500,000 square foot milk processing factory that's now going to Lehigh County. But we are designing this park to be attractive to manufacturers. We know what we have here at this park with the infrastructure that is in place, especially from power standpoint because of the former power plant. We're not like other developers that are REITs. They build industrial parks to build buildings to lease to whoever's first to the trough to pay the buck. We're very selective, and we also can sell lots, which a lot of manufacturers do like because they invest substantial amounts of money. Some of them are, Fortune 100 companies that have extremely low costs of capital. There's no need for them to pay a landlord their vig. So they want to buy and they want to be there for a long time, which is what we want from our vision from this property. The LRTA is a pass-through to if a tenant or a buyer owns the land afterwards. But the LRTA has a expiration date of October 29th of 2027. So by the time we get through final approvals, get the roads and the infrastructure in, which is what is the trigger for people that want to buy or lease buildings, there's not going to be a ton of buildings that it's not the whole park that's going to end up benefiting. But it gives us the head start to get that, attract the manufacturers and the tenants that we want, and start to create a reason and a synergy amongst those tenants that come and want to call Upper Mount Bethel Township their home. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Mr. Pector, Lou?
Good evening, and thank you for your time, and thank you for what hopefully is your consideration to extend the LRTA. As Lisa had said prior, that there's some misconception about the term of the LRTA and what the real effect is. We've got a short-term window to have the LRTA be a tool to be able to attract the right types of people, right types of users to this site. The LRTA is indicative of support from the county, from the township, and from the school district. We're competing on a national level, an international level to some degree, and certainly a regional level with the types of tenants that we need for this site. This is not a site where we're pulling people out of the Lehigh Valley, moving them 35 minutes north to Upper Mount Bethel. That's not the case. The world has changed, and it's not about price. It's about infrastructure. It's about the ability to grow. The changes in what's happened since COVID have accelerated consolidation, accelerated thinking on plans of long-term growth. No longer do you see warehouses removed from manufacturing operations. You see integration of activities, hopefully either under one roof or very proximate to each other. The cost of transportation between facilities has grown immensely. The cost of labor transporting people back and forth has grown immensely. And we've seen that. And for that reason, we've designed a site that has the ability to deliver footprints that are bigger than what a lot of us are used to talking about. The original flex buildings out by the airport were ones that were much smaller inside. We just sold a bunch of those, actually, about 18 of them. They were a different generation of building. This world has changed, and it's changing more rapidly as we speak. AI is becoming a huge impact on our potential tenant base. I have no idea where we land with data centers, but clearly, we believe we'll land 1 or 2 data centers in the site until we're done. A year ago, we wouldn't be having that discussion. The reason why, we've got great connectivity, we've got a great location, we're close to population centers. We have, most importantly, power. Power, you're going to hear more and more about if you're attuned at all to the commercial industrial world. We've got the ability to get probably up to 400 megawatts there. That's almost unheard of. We had a potential user in yesterday, so there aren't but 5 sites in our region that have the capability of producing the things that we can do with respect to rail, power, gas, proximity to population base, and connectivity. We're right on Route 80. Trucks are not interested in spending their time, drive time, going on 2nd and 3rd tier roads. They want to be able to get in and get out. We don't pass one house. We have direct access 1.25 miles away from the Columbia interchange. So this site has a lot of attributes that we need to maximize. The only way we can maximize them is to compete at a high level. We compete at a high level because of infrastructure and the money we're spending in infrastructure. We're putting in sewer, we're putting in water, we're putting in 2 substations. We're increasing the power capability to be of age and compete for the next wave of heavy power users. We have people that are new industries, the advanced recyclers, as they call them, are converting base plastics back to wax and oil. Huge power needs. So the 2 of those we're talking to are anywhere from 10 to 30 megawatts at inception, and they grow from 10 to 17 and 30 to 72 respectively. It's almost impossible in Lehigh Valley to provide those power needs for people like that. There are industries, for the most part, that will receive in by rail, they'll receive and ship out by rail, to receive in by truck. There's all the talk about square footage being related to truck traffic. That correlation isn't necessarily what it used to be anymore. Truck traffic is changing, the ways of moving material are changing, and the velocity of moving materials is changing. We are not chasing people in the bulk-to-bulk freight business. We're chasing people that will invest heavily in the footprints that they buy or lease, that they won't move in 5 or 7 years when they get a better deal somewhere else. And that's a very competitive edge. I think I'm done.
Yeah, we have,
Thanks.
I'm sure you're not, but your time is.
No, I'm not. I mean,
But you know, perhaps.
I will
another
be
day.
here if there are any questions later, so,
Thank you, sir.
thank you.
Mr. Kessel, did you wish to speak?
I think you have.
Did we all get it? There's a lot of paper up here tonight. I'm sure we'll find it at the end of the meeting.
Alrighty. Well, I'm Hunter Kessel. I work with Cushman & Wakefield, cover industrial and commercial real estate as a broker. We focus here purely in Pennsylvania, some southern New Jersey, but working with the team here. And wanted to talk about, obviously, we've discussed Alerta, but some of the actual users in the market. I guess there's been a comment that, manufacturers don't really go above 250,000 square feet. As Lou had alluded to, that is not completely true for modern manufacturing. For Q4 of 2023, we actually measured that 33% of all deals that were done in Q4 were manufacturing. That actually led all industrial as the percentage of deals that were done over warehousing and other sorts of just typical logistics. Out of that, there were 6 deals. Out of those 6, 5 are north of 250,000 square feet. And 3 of those were actually north of 600,000 square feet. So for that notion, there is large manufacturing groups out there, and they are very focused on power, water, and then LRTA and other incentives are very important because they're going to, for the most part, look for at least a 10, 15, 20-year term, if not own, compared to, call it your typical warehousing user who we're seeing most deals 5, 7, maybe 10-year leases, and they're working on thinner margins, and their main, call it capital that they're investing is racking, which would be much cheaper than a typical manufacturer would put into the facility. So just adding to those points there, but that's what we've seen in the last, call it, 4 months. And we think that trend is going to continue down the line. So, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else who, sorry? Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to courtesy of the floor? Hearing and seeing none? Thank you. Mr. Executive, do you have a report for us this evening?
Yes, Madam President. I do. Thank you. First thing I would like to do, it's timely that Ms. Bachmann is here tonight talking with us about the election. The judges of election and machine operators will begin training on March 4th. We will then again have training for judges of elections and machine operators on March the 6th, and again on March the 9th. And once again, we will have training for judges of election on March the 11th. March the 13th, we will again have another training for machine operators. On March 15th, we will have training again for judges of elections and machine operators. On March 16th, training for machine operators and judges of elections. On March 18th, training for judges of elections and machine operators. On March 19th, training for machine operators and judges of elections. On March 21st, training for judges of elections and machine operators. Inspectors and clerks will be trained April 3rd, April 5th, April 6th, April 8th, and April 10th. That's an awful lot of training. And you might imagine that that training is in response to some of the difficulties that were experienced due to human error by our vendor last year. But it is not. This is a typical training schedule for us. So we do a good job, and hopefully, once again, the training will be effective. Last night, I was watching and I heard when one of the many fine and really spectacular candidates that we have, such substantive evening last night of give and take between council and the particular candidates for the seat of Mr. Inskeep. But I heard Mr. Brown talk about Graysdale's structural deficit of $20 million. There is no structural deficit. We must pass a balanced budget every year. So that is not a fact. There is no there's not a $20 million structural deficit for Graysdale. There is a $0 deficit because we must pass balanced budgets every year. So that's just not true. It's great if I think you pegged it at 75 million. It's actually more like 95 to 97 million, depending on what you're looking at, and none of that is county money. In my administration, we have not had a county contribution from the general fund, and the general fund, for people listening on YouTube, is the real estate property tax money we collect. So my administration has not once from the general fund contributed to Graysdale. Graysdale has been self-sustaining since I have been in office. That's through a global pandemic that affected nursing homes the most. The last time there was county contribution, and that was in the amount of $2,453,300.63. I was not county executive. That was in 2015. So it's been a long time. Graysdale is in good, sound financial shape and will be for many years to come. And I just thought that it was necessary for all the folks who heard that to understand that there's no structural deficit at Graysdale. Mr. Pector is here tonight, and I'm glad he is. I think he'll remember from the last time he was here that he and I agreed that incentivizing manufacturing was a good thing. Because what we know is manufacturing jobs start at 10,000 more a year over warehouse jobs. So it's good to incentivize manufacturing. Also, we want to incentivize brownfield development. And part of this LRTA is, in fact, a brownfield. So it's appropriate to incentivize brownfield development. What I don't think is appropriate to incentivize is warehouses. But that's just my opinion. And so the purpose of my proposed ordinance to repeal the LRTA designation is to not automatically give warehouses tax breaks, because we don't need any more warehouses in Northampton County, and we certainly shouldn't be incentivizing them. But this is not merely a repeal. We're going to have a replacement, and we're going to replace the LRTA. But the difference is going to be when a permit is filed for the LRTA tax break in Northampton County, you will decide if that parcel gets the tax break. No one else. Right now, under your current law, Upper Mount Bethel Township gets to decide which parcels get your taxpayers' tax break. So your taxpayers from all over the county are funding this. So you may think that a 1,000,000-square-foot warehouse should get the LRTA designation. And if you convince 4 of your fellow council members to agree with you, that warehouse will get the LRTA designation under our replacement plan. We absolutely want to incentivize the redevelopment of the brownfield. We're actually working with Mr. Pector on some remediation in the brownfield right as we speak. So clearly, we're invested in that. And if you want to incentivize manufacturing, you'll be able to do that. But you will decide, not Upper Mount Bethel. So there'll still be the LRTA. It's just you may not want to incentivize a warehouse. That's simply what we're doing here. So I hope he feels better about that, because I believed him when he said he wanted to bring manufacturing in. And if in fact he brings manufacturing in, at least with respect to the county taxes, they'll get the break. So that's what we're doing here, and I may not have done as good a job articulating that the last time I was in front of you. As to the website that Mr. Dewey raised, the website has been changed, and last night was the first night the new website went live, and I am aware that there were some difficulties with some of the links throughout the evening and into the morning, but by 10:30, and I guess the phrase is the links are broken. I'm not an expert, but apparently the links have been fixed and all is well and getting better all the time with the new website. That concludes my report.
Thank you. Are there any questions?
Ms. McClure?
Sure.
I had a call about the website. I'm going to stick with that.
Me too.
And I went on and looked. Why did we change from the old? Now, I know we went from gov to org, but I'm going to be honest with you. I usually am. And you're honest with me. The website we had, that's been designed, looks like it came from middle school. The one we had was so easy to navigate. It was right there in front of you. And this is like bing, bang, boom, somebody's art project. I find it 10 times worse than what we had. I really do. That's one thing I just don't understand. We had something that worked great. I mean, it wasn't as flashy, but it was functional. And I went on, so I thought, well, let me check, and I saw the new thing, and I was just amazed at how it changed for the worse.
Well, thank you for that feedback. And Mr. Barron is here.
He designed
And
it.
Mr. Barron pointed that effort, and I think he should answer your question. So Steve, why don't you come up here and answer that question?
Mr. Heckman, you might remember about a year and a half ago, council approved an RFP to redesign the website. Currently, the website that existed previously was built on Microsoft SharePoint. Microsoft SharePoint is going away. Microsoft is no longer supporting that. The website that was designed, that was put together by Jesse James Creative, is actually the Center for Cybersecurity, which is the reason we went to norcopa.gov. We had to. Part of the broken links, part of the issues last night is because we have certain securities. It's called TTL, time to life. When you have a domain, say, for example, a cyber terrorist would try to take your domain. Okay, that happens quite a bit. They hold it for ransom. You have to pay ransom to get it back. We have a time to life built in for the Center for Cybersecurity on our .gov domain. Certain security measures were not lowered last night when Jesse James went in to change some things. I would suggest that when the links are all there, which they are now, when you have a moment, it is something new, and new things are scary at times. But the reason we moved away, and you're going to start to see a lot of this with Microsoft, a lot of their products, Skype for Business, which is what is our telephone systems are built on, SharePoint, which is what our website was built on, and several other out-of-the-box solutions from Microsoft are going away and will no longer be supported as Microsoft continues to move to Microsoft 365. So in advance, we worked with Jesse James Creative. The website now will be able to be more user-friendly for the people on the back end. And the website will continue to have the information. Much of the information was ported over from the old website. And in every situation, you'll have no more than 4 clicks to get to the information you need. Once you understand the website, you look at it, and you know where things are.
I get what you're saying. There was a lot of techno-babble in there, and I get it. And security, you've brought that up numerous times, that we're going to be hacked by terrorists, and we have to do everything. Well, you brought that up when we wanted you to use cameras.
All due respect, that does happen, Mr. Heckman. I have heard a number of
Mr. Heckman has
times.
the floor, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. And even those of us who have been around understand how to put a computer on and how to go through things. I'm just saying to you, and you generally get very defensive. I'm used to that.
I'm not
now.
being defensive.
Mr. Heckman has the floor.
I'm answering his question.
Mr. Heckman didn't ask a question, he's speaking.
No, so-
Well,
We're not going to do that. Anything else from me?
yeah, I have a question.
Go ahead.
Will we look at the website? I see, this is the problem, and the new people are here. I'm trying to have a conversation with the man. He didn't really answer my question. He said, we need security. And I agree, we need security. He didn't say why you had to fundamentally change the look of the website.
Mr. Heckman has the floor.
You know what?
What is the problem?
The problem is, this is going on all the time. I tell you what, I'll stop. This is not about Mr. Barron or Jesse James. Jesse James made cars. Jesse James was an outlaw, and now they have cyber. Good for them. But the thing is, it's just unworkable for the average person. And to say, well, you have to become familiar with technology to our residents is just like, has nothing to do with that. It's just a very poor design. It can be a poor design with the best of intentions. And I hate this fallback. We've had it from the cameras. We can't do, and the VP comes in and says, well, of course you could do that. I mean, all I said was, I think this is worse than what we had. Now, Mr. Barron explained that changes had to be made due to security, but not one thing he said really related to me why it was such a fundamental change. I'll go back and look at it again, and I'll see if I think it improved. And you know me, I'll come and be very honest and say, you know what? I jumped the gun. It is as easy to use as it was before. But in the interest of becoming cool and hip and new, thinking out of the box, there's sometimes a reason for that. People don't come out of the box because the box is really good. I mean, not every out-of-the-box idea is a great idea. Sometimes it's just, yeah, and it's fine. I mean, I saw the picture of you speaking. I see the things and all that, and it's really great. But the other one was just so usable. And I guess I'll just have to go and look at it again, and I will do that. But I mean, I just wanted to bring it up as something that I was told too by someone. Why'd you change the website? And I frankly couldn't answer him. That's it.
I think that you're entitled to your opinion about the aesthetics, and I think it would be helpful for us to have specific problems with it, the use of it that you have for us to evaluate, so that we can go back and say, okay, Mr. Heckman or whomever has identified this particular problem. What can we do to make that better, if at all? Absolutely. I agree.
Yeah, I mean, the immediate stubborn response that I'm used to is, no, you're wrong, this is.
Well, apparently there's a dialogue difficulty here with you and Mr. Barron, but not with you and I. And what I'm saying is, I appreciate your point of view on the aesthetics, and when you give us specifics, Mr. Heckman, with the problems that you have seen.
I'd be happy to.
We will look at them. You have my word on that.
Okay.
So in line with that, do
Sure.
you have an expected timeline about when the glitches could be resolved? Should it take a day, a week? Because again, I didn't even get a chance to get on. I just got a new computer today.
I think that, without knowing anything about it, Ms.
Fair
Vargo Hefner, I think some things will pop up and they'll be fixed. It's new, right? It's brand new.
So-
So there'll probably be some growing pains with it.
Is there a link or a person we should direct those concerns to? Is there a link there that we can send our notes of, I'm experiencing this too? Is there a
Sure,
person we should
for
target?
county council, you should send it to Brittany Whalen.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And then she'll make sure that she'll cut through the bureaucracy to make sure that those specific questions get answered.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anything else?
I'm here to serve.
Yeah,
Aren't we all?
I have a
Mr.
comment.
Gaffredo.
Since we're, you want specifics, the same people that make the website, did they happen to do the drug, the opioid stuff, advertisements?
No.
Okay, well, I'm just wondering why the first thing I see when I went onto it, Northampton County is about recovery, and it's a handout with pills going in their hand. I get it, and we have this opioid marketing campaign, but, if we're gonna make specific points about what we see, like, that is not the first thing I wanna see when I go on Northampton County website, the fact that, we have a drug problem here.
We'll note that.
I appreciate it.
We're fighting fentanyl hard, but I understand your point.
Mr. Kraft.
Yeah, I just, since it just came live, I just went on it on my phone, and I kind of I disagree with you 100%, Mr. Heckman. It's just super easy to work on your phone, ask anybody to put it up if they're in the audience or on thing, and you can just go right in and click election results, Graysdale Nursing. As far as your banner, now it says Northampton County is about parks. Northampton County is about community.
It
Everything
rotates,
changes.
the banners
It's a
do
rolling
rotate,
banner.
yeah.
But the old website on the phone was horrible. And I'm a web person. I love this kind of stuff. It didn't work at all. I thought the old system was horrible to find anything. Now I can just go through and anybody in the audience, click on the phone, norcopa.gov, and just click onto any link and you're there. Just like Mr. Barron said, 2 clicks and you're where you want to be. Last time if I tried to find election results, it was like I had to go here, I had to go there, I had to go this, I had to do that. Now I'm just clicking on it. So,
I had one click, I got to the elections, but
yeah, see how easy that
maybe
was?
well, that was the old one.
All right, so
That's
it's
me.
different, but it works on the phone, which is where everybody's going these days. They do this on their phone. Our old website didn't work on the phone at all. So, I mean, as far as I was concerned. So I think it's a great job. If there's links that don't work, I'm sure you'll get it fixed. They seem to all be working now, so, thanks for the effort.
Listen,
Appreciate it.
they appreciate that, but it's brand new, and, I'm very malleable, and as you know, and easy to work with. So, if there are things that we can fix that make it easy for, not just for us, but for the people we represent, we'll absolutely do that. So just give your suggestions to Brittany, and we'll take a look at it.
Thank you.
Really quick.
Yes,
If
sir.
you don't mind, thank you very much, and apologies for interrupting, of course, as I mentioned last night, getting my feet wet here. But I did want to mention that as somebody who was a township supervisor and attended the PSATs conventions and seminars on occasion, just to let you know, Mr. Heckman, there are individuals and entities that do target local governments with regard to website hacking. And then they say they want $250,000, $500,000. This is something I learned about as a local township supervisor. In fact, the township manager in the former township where I was a supervisor specifically talked to supervisors about this. And it is a very real thing. So I'm very glad the county has embarked on these type of security measures with the company that we've contracted with. I just wanted to let you know that that is a real thing out there.
If I may, I appreciate you telling me that there are people out there that are bad and use the internet to go after governments and things. As an elderly person, fortunately, no one ever targets me for my retirement or for medical information, so I wouldn't be aware of any of that kind of stuff. But yes, I hear what you're saying, that in fact there are bad people who are very computer savvy and who understand that if they can get in, they can hold ransom and this and that. I think what we have to do with the respect part is understand that just because somebody's a certain age or just because somebody has an opinion that's contrary to maybe the official opinion, it doesn't mean that they're necessarily stupid or that they don't know what's going on in the world.
I'm sorry if I made you feel like that. I didn't. I didn't know how many times I've been from my mother's house.
I don't have to, I don't brag about being smart. I let that to others. But the thing is, I hear what Mr. Kraft said, and I'll have to check on my phone. I never had a problem. I guess I don't use it on the phone. I want to say in fairness, I don't use it on the phone that much. But to me, I just thought the old one was good. That's what I brought up. This new one I went on, and I thought it was like, some kind of psychedelic experience. It was just wild. If you have to do all of that to keep us from having to pay $250,000 to $1 million to a foreign entity who wants our information, so be it. I just mentioned that I thought it was more unworkable than the old one. And I think you can have workable websites and be secure. Yeah, so that's all. That's all I said. So, I mean, I didn't mean to.
Is your Norton?
I'm not casting
How's your
aspersions.
Norton antivirus? Are you up to date with your Norton?
Yeah,
right?
absolutely. My wife takes care of that, but she makes sure, because she has business.
They just tried to get my mom the other day.
My wife has business on the web, so of course she's on top of this stuff. But anyway, no, Mr. Barron and I are always, you don't realize, Mr. Barron and I go back and forth all the time because Mr. Barron likes to give these long technical answers to a basic question. But anyway, I just wanted to pass that on, and that's all. That's it. I don't hold it against Mr. McClure.
So my takeaway from this is that it's going to take a little time. We reported to Brittany, and if we want a psychedelic experience, we should log on quickly and easily. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anything else from Mr. McClure?
You're welcome.
Should I use it?
I might want a psychedelic experience. I don't know. Thank you for
Thank
your
you.
time.
Thank you.
Do we have any old business other than what we just did? Hearing and seeing none, let's move into new business. First, we have the introduction of an ordinance entitled, an ordinance rescinding, let me see what I'm doing here. I have too many papers. An ordinance rescinding Ordinance 744, 2023, whereby Northampton County Council provided for a property tax exemption for certain deteriorated property as defined in Ordinance 2017-04 of Upper Mount Bethel Township pursuant to Act 76 of 1997 of the General Assembly of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania as amended 72 PS 4722 et sec. Yay. Would someone please sponsor this ordinance?
I'd like to introduce.
Who is, I'm sorry, Mr. Warren?
Yes.
Hold on. And who is the co-sponsor?
I'll second.
Okay, the public hearing on this, debate, and possible vote will be held at the February 1st, 2024 meeting. And that's that. Next, we have consideration of personnel requests, resolutions, District Attorney's Office. So, since reading is fundamental, and we have like a lot, I'm going to just go down the aisle, and everybody could take one at a time. So, Mr. Kraft, I'll start with you, and we'll introduce each one and vote on each one
All right, thank you.
accordingly.
Yep. It is hereby resolved by Northampton County Council that the position of 2 full-time Assistant District Attorney, 1, pay grade CE, GR 3, salary $135,656 in the Office of District Attorney shall be eliminated effective January 19th, 2024. It is further resolved that the position of 2 part-time Assistant District Attorney, 1, pay grade RSGR 7, salary $117,168 shall be created in the Office of the District Attorney effective January 19th, 2024, and we so moved last night.
Thank you. Is there any discussion on this matter? Call for the vote.
Mr. Kraft?
Yes.
Mr. Gofredo?
Yes.
Mr. Heckman?
Yes.
Ms. Keegan?
Yes.
Ms. Fargo Hefner?
Yes.
Mr. Warren?
Yes.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. Giovanni?
Yes.
Adopted by a vote of 8-0.
Thank you. Next, Ms. Keegan, will you take the next one?
It is hereby resolved by the Northampton County Council that the position of 1 full-time Assistant District Attorney 1, pay grade CE, GR 3, salary $67,828 in the Office of the District Attorney shall be eliminated effective January 19th, 2024.
Thank you. Any discussion? Call for the vote.
Ms. Keegan?
Yes.
Mr. Heckman?
Yes.
Mr. Kraft?
Yes.
Ms. Fargo Hefner?
Yes.
Mr. Warner?
Yes.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. Giovanni?
Yes.
Mr. Gofredo?
Yes.
Adopted by a vote of 8-0.
Thank you. Mr. Warren, please.
Thank you. It is hereby resolved by the Northampton County Council that the position of one full-time Chief Deputy District Attorney, pay grade CE/GRIV/7-G, salary $106,188, in the office of the District Attorney shall be eliminated effective January 19th, 2024. It is further resolved by the Northampton County Council that the position of one full-time Deputy District Attorney, pay grade CE-GRIV/7-G, salary $106,188, in the office of the District Attorney shall be created effective January 19th, 2024.
Any discussion? Call for the vote.
Mr. Warren?
Aye. Yes, sorry.
Ms. Keegan?
Yes.
The old
Mr.
stuff.
Kraft?
Yes.
Ms. Fargo Hefner?
Yes.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. Giovanni?
Yes.
Mr. Gofredo?
Yes.
Mr. Heckman?
Yes.
Adopted by a vote of 8-0.
Thank you. Next, Mr. Heckman.
It is hereby resolved by Northampton County Council that the positions of 3 full-time Chief Deputy District Attorney, pay grade CE-GRIV 1A, salary $244,623, in the office of the District Attorney shall be eliminated effective January 19th, 2024. It is further resolved by the Northampton County Council that the positions of 3 full-time Senior Deputy District Attorney, pay grade CE-GRV 5-E, salary $350,000, in the office of the District Attorney shall be created effective January 19th, 2024.
Any discussion? Call for the vote.
Mr. Heckman?
Yes.
Mr. Kraft?
Yes.
Ms. Fargo Hefner?
Yes.
Mr. Warren?
Yes.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. Giovanni?
Yes.
Mr. Gofredo?
Yes.
Ms. Keegan?
Yes.
Adopted by a vote of 8-0.
Thank you. Next, Mr. Brown.
It is hereby resolved by the Northampton County Council that the position of one full-time county detective, pay grade DE GR 25 1-A, salary $61,036, in the office of the District Attorney shall be eliminated effective January 19, 2024.
Any discussion? Call for the vote.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Ms. Fargo Hefner?
Yes.
Mr. Warren?
Yes.
Mr. Giovanni?
Yes.
Mr. Gofredo?
Yes.
Mr. Heckman?
Yes.
Ms. Keegan?
Yes.
Mr. Kraft?
Yes.
Adopted by a vote of 8-0.
Next, Mr. Gofredo.
It is hereby resolved by the Northampton County Council that the position of one full-time Deputy District Attorney, pay grade CE, GR 4-9I, salary $116,016, in the office of the District Attorney shall be created effective January 19th, 2024.
Any discussion? Call for the vote.
Mr. Gofredo?
Yes.
Mr. Warren?
Yes.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. Giovanni?
Yes.
Mr. Heckman?
Yes.
Ms. Keegan?
Yes.
Mr. Kraft?
Yes.
Ms. Fargo Hefner?
Yes.
Adopted by a vote of 8-0.
Thank you. Next, Mr. Giovanni.
It is hereby resolved by Northampton County Council that the position of one full-time Deputy District Attorney, pay grade CE-CR 4-1A, salary of $81,541, in the office of the District Attorney shall be created and effective January 19, 2024.
Any discussion? Call for the vote.
Mr. Giovanni?
Yes.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. Gofredo?
Yes.
Mr. Heckman?
Yes.
Ms. Keegan?
Yes.
Mr. Kraft?
Yes.
Ms. Fargo Hefner?
Yes.
Mr. Warren?
Yes.
Adopted by a vote of 8-0.
It is hereby resolved by Northampton County Council that the position of one full-time clerical specialist, DA, pay grade GR 17 1-A, salary $35,712, in the office of the District Attorney shall be upgraded to pay grade CR/GR 17/5-E, salary $42,588, effective January 19th, 2024.
Any discussion? Call for the vote.
Mr. Kraft?
Yes.
Mr. Giovanni?
Yes.
Mr. Gofredo?
Yes.
Mr. Heckman?
Yes.
Ms. Keegan?
Yes.
Ms. Fargo Hefner?
Yes.
Ms. Warren? Mr. Warren?
Yes.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Adopted by a vote of 8-0.
Let's keep going. I think I missed one, but go ahead.
Uh,
I'm gonna think. We'll keep going, and if I have one left over. Did we did the 11606?
No,
think
I'm
we-
going to do that.
Go ahead, thank you.
It is hereby resolved by the Northampton County Council that the position of one full-time deputy district attorney, pay grade CE-GRIV-9-I, salary $116,016 in the office of the district attorney shall be created effective January 19, 2024.
Thank you. Any discussion? Call for the vote.
Ms. Keegan,
Aye. Oh, yes.
Mr. Gofredo,
Yes.
Mr. Heckman,
Yes.
Mr. Kraft,
Yes.
Ms. Fargo Hefner.
Yes.
Mr. Warren,
Yes.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Mr. Giovanni.
Yes.
Adopted by a vote of 8-0.
Mr. Warren?
This is the 81,541, okay. It is hereby resolved by the Northampton County Council that the position of one full-time deputy district attorney, pay grade CE-GRIV/1-A, salary $81,541 in the office of the district attorney shall be upgraded to a pay grade CE/GRIV/3-C, salary $89,045, effective January 19th, 2024.
Yeah, they were out of order.
I want to thank DA ex-judge Mr. Steve Barata for this fun this evening. But you're getting what you need, so there you go. The way it has to be.
My papers are out.
Mine was in order up until they started. You went out of order for me.
Is there any discussion? When Ms. Zambo's ready, we can call for the vote. There's a lot of out of sequence and back, but she found it. We'll
I was
get there.
checking as I went along, and definitely something was out of order.
That's okay.
Okay, just want to.
It's this one.
I checked as we went, did I look at mine?
Because that's where, when I was thinking, I asked, and she said, I'm going to do it. So she did this one.
No, we have one full-time and then I know, what I'm saying is, John is there, she wants to do that. No, she can't hear. So she read the thing. And we're on.
Then we just read full-time deputy district attorney,
All right. So then what's the next one?
executive secretary.
Right. Yeah, I think we're right.
You may get out of this getting more than you want, Steve.
Just make sure, just count them and make sure that we have them.
There's extra people, send them back. Okay.
All right. we're on
Can, I think, no, we have to vote on the deputy district attorney. We haven't voted yet. Oh, you did? No, that's a different one. I have 4 left.
Okay, which ones do you have left?
I haven't read mine yet. I have.
Which ones do you have left?
Full-time executive secretary.
Right?
I have, supervisor, pay grade, GSR 196F, $55,000.
Okay.
And then I have, Northampton County Council position of 1 full-time first deputy attorney, pay grade 107.
But he just read the full-time deputy district attorney at 8154, and we have not yet voted on that. We haven't voted on that yet. We read it, but we didn't vote. So that's the one we need to vote on.
The only ones I don't have votes for is the executive secretary, the first deputy district attorney, and the office supervisor. I have votes for all the other ones. That's what I'm saying.
Well, he can have, he's,
Yeah, I have that aren't checked, you said.
The 3, right? That's,
Except the one we just didn't vote on, I've already said that.
we just did, that Ms. Keegan just read.
no, she
Mr. Warren just read it.
She read this one,
That's the one we didn't vote on.
and this is the one that we're on, that we haven't voted on yet.
So we haven't voted on hers.
We did vote on hers.
Okay, so
This is the one we're on that he just read that we didn't vote on, because we got, so I'm not sure where that is.
Then we have one extra.
Okay,
Full-time DA,
getting extra people.
full-time DA.
Full-time deputy district attorney.
yeah, this is the one you read. Correct. Yeah, that's right.
The best is yet to come. You read, what, you ready to call? Who do you
I'm
need?
missing somebody. Who am I missing?
Me?
Lights,
Johnny
camera,
Brown.
action.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I only have 6 people. Oh, Warren is still here. 7, 8. Warren, Keegan, Kraft. Okay. 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 Okay, sorry about that.
Call,
Mr. Warren.
Yes.
Mr. Brown.
Yes.
Mr. Giovanni.
Yes.
Mr. Gofredo.
Yes.
Mr. Heckman.
Yes.
Mr. Kraft.
Yes.
Ms. Keegan.
Yes.
Ms. Fargo Hefner.
yes,
Adopted by a vote of 8 to 0.
thank you. Next, I have the full-time executive secretary, and Mr. Heckman, I believe it's your turn.
All right, sticking with the ages theme tonight, is this the one I'm supposed to read? I had them all in the order, right?
No, we're reading, here, this one. No, I lost mine.
Yeah, you did.
44,000.
Oh, okay. If it's the 44, I got it. I had to dig through. Okay, all right. Let's go. And if I'm wrong, please correct me. Yeah, okay. Well, the ayes went first and now the ears. It is hereby resolved by Northampton County Council that the position of 1 full-time executive secretary, pay grade CS GR 19 1-A, salary $44,819 in the office of the district attorney shall be upgraded to pay grade CS GR 19 7-G, salary $42,588, effective January 19th, 2024.
44,000. 42?
$42,588.
I have 44 on mine.
Look at the next number.
No,
I have 42.
Never mind, go ahead, skip him, go ahead. I corrected.
Mr. Heckman.
I was right?
You were right, I'm wrong.
Oh, hey, I got to win. Thank you.
Mr. Heckman.
Yes, yes, absolutely.
Ms. Keegan.
Yes.
Mr. Kraft.
Yes.
Ms. Fargo Hefner.
Yes.
Mr. Warren.
Yes.
Mr. Brown.
Yes.
Mr. Giovanni.
Yes.
Mr. Gofredo.
Yes.
Adopted by a vote of 8 to 0.
Mr. Brown,
It is hereby resolved by Northampton County Council that the position of 1 full-time first deputy district attorney, pay grade CE GR 6 1-A, salary $107,482 in the office of the district attorney shall be upgraded to pay grade CEGR 65-E, salary $128,174, effective January 19, 2024.
Any discussion? Call for the vote.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. Warren?
Yes.
Mr. Giovanni?
Yes.
Mr. Gofredo?
Yes.
Mr. Heckman?
Yes.
Ms. Keegan?
Yes.
Ms. Fargo Hefner?
Yes.
Mr. Kraft?
Yes.
Adopted by a vote of 8-0.
Mr. Gofredo?
Oh.
There's only one left.
It is hereby resolved by Northampton County Council that the position of one full-time officer supervisor, pay grade CS GR 19 6-F, salary $55,853, in the office of the district attorney shall be upgraded to pay grade CS GR 19 7-G, salary $58,366, effective January 19th, 2024.
Any discussion? Call for the vote.
Mr. Gofredo?
Yes.
Mr. Warren?
Yes.
Mr. Giovanni?
Yes.
Mr. Heckman?
Yes.
Ms. Keegan? Ms. Fargo Hefner?
Yes.
Mr. Kraft?
Yes.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Adopted by a vote of 8-0.
Thank you. That was all discussed last night. Have fun. Try not to come back till July unless you're giving us a fun report. Thank you. And for all of you that are trying to apply for this position, this is the sexy stuff you get to do. Next, we have the consideration of county executives' appointments, reappointments resolution, Area Agency on Aging, Advisory Council, Election Commission, Lehigh Valley Planning Commission, Mental Health Early Intervention and Developmental Programs Advisory Board, Personnel Commission, Workforce Board, Lehigh Valley. Mr. Giovanni, will you introduce?
Yes, I will, Press. Resolved by Northampton County Council that the following individuals shall be confirmed in their appointments, reappointments as indicated hereafter. Area of the Aging, Agency of the Aging Advisory Council, appointments, John J. DeFazio, of Bath, PA, term to expire 6/30/25. Tammy Kemp, Penargil, PA, and Susan Sartorello, all to expire 6/30/25. Election Commission, appointment, Julie Geisinger, Penargil, PA, and Scott Huff, Bethlehem, PA, both Republicans, to expire 12/31/25. Lehigh Valley Planning Commission, appointment, Ken Kraft, council member, term to expire 12/31/24. Bethlehem, PA. Jean Versteeg, elected official, Bethlehem, PA, also 12/31/24, expire. Mental Health Early Intervention and Development Programs Advisory Board, reappointment, John T. Boyer, Bethlehem, PA, and Jean Morgano, Nazareth, PA, term to expire 1/23/27. Personnel Commission, reappointment, Matthew Mortelli, term to expire 12/31/25. Workforce Board, Lehigh Valley, appointment, Kenneth Nersaka, Northampton, PA, term to expire 6/30/26.
Thank you. Are there any discussions on this?
I just have a question. Are we voting on all of this at once or together as a whole?
Yes, unless someone makes a motion to break anybody out.
Well, I have one person I'm not going to vote for, so.
So make a motion to take that as, make a motion to exclude that and do that as a separate vote, and then we'll discuss that. You're allowed to do that.
Okay, so I'm going to make a motion that I will not vote for Scott Howe.
No, you make a motion to exclude and do that separately.
I make a motion to exclude and do that separately.
Do I have a second?
A second.
Any discussion? Call for the vote. All right. Thank you.
Okay. If you vote yes for the motion, that means that we remove it. If you vote no, that means it doesn't get removed. Ms. Keegan? Yes. Mr. Heckman?
No.
Mr. Brown?
No.
Mr. Warren?
Yes.
Mr. Giovanni?
No.
Mr. Gofredo?
No.
And Ms. Fargo Hefner?
No.
Mr. Kraft?
Yes.
Fails by a vote of 5-3.
Any other discussion or exclusions? Call for the vote.
Mr. Giovanni?
Yes.
Mr. Gofredo?
Yes.
Mr. Heckman?
Yes.
Ms. Keegan?
If you,
Yes. Ms. Fargo Hefner?
yes.
Mr. Kraft?
No.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. Warren?
Yes.
Adopted by a vote of 7-1.
Well, and I should clarify, you could have voted no on the whole slate. You could vote any way you want, but, you know, if you didn't want to exclude everybody, you always have the right to take and ask to take somebody out. Next, we have discussion regarding updated civil prothonotary fee schedule resolution. Mr. Heckman, will you introduce this?
Sure. All right.
Okay.
Whereas Northampton County Resolution Number 17-79 provides that fees charged by agencies and offices of Northampton County shall be set by the Northampton County Council by means of a resolution at such times and at such rates as deemed necessary. And whereas on January 12, 2024, County Council received an updated fee schedule for civil prothonotary issued authorizing new fees to take effect on January 1st, 2024. Now therefore be it resolved that any other fee schedule inconsistent herewith is hereby repealed insofar as the same affects the attached fee schedule, which you have attached, and so moved.
Thank you. Mr. Brown and Ms. Ruggiero are here. If we have any questions or discussion for them, if you would like to make any comments at this time.
This, if I may.
No comments, Mr. Brown?
This is in line with the state. And this is in line like normally with when we get the opportunity to increase.
Thank you, sir.
Yes. Yes, it is. This is in line with the home rule charter and everything else they're supposed to be in line with as we look at the fees.
Okay, no, I was just curious. I know the state will do changes and then we reflect it.
Yeah, that happened January 1.
No problem. Thank you, Ken.
Any other questions or comments? Call for the vote.
Mr. Heckman?
Yes.
Mr. Gofredo?
Yes.
Ms. Keegan? Yes. Ms. Fargo Hefner?
Yes.
Mr. Kraft?
Yes.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. Warren?
Yes.
Mr. Giovanni?
Yes.
Adopted by a vote of 8-0.
Discussion regarding Administrative Code Article 13 contracts, DHF Associates, two-way communications by county 911 operations contracts, ESI Net Systems, two-way communications by county 911 operation contracts, Vesta 911. Mr. Heckman, will you introduce the DHF Associates resolution?
Certainly. Whereas Northampton County Administrative Code, Article 13, Procurement and Disposition of County Property, Section 13.15, Contracts and Agreements, C2 requires approval of county council for any contract where costs are to be funded with monies outside of the county's general fund, such as those funded through bonded indebtedness. And whereas on December 28, 2024, the county council received a request from the county executive for county council to adopt a resolution approving a contract in the amount of $109,361 with DHF Associates for real estate mailing services for the county's procurement division. Now therefore be it resolved that the Northampton County Council does hereby concur with the recommendation of the county executive as set forth in the attached documentation to approve the contract with DHF Associates. So moved.
Okay, thank you. Normally, we would be doing this during a finance committee, but since we had to suspend that yesterday, we're going to be doing it here. Mr. Barron is here. Do we need to discuss this or ask questions regarding this matter? Any questions? Call for the vote.
Mr. Heckman,
Yes.
Ms. Keegan. Ms. Fargo Hefner.
Yes.
Mr. Kraft.
Yes.
Mr. Brown.
Yes.
Mr. Warren.
Yes.
Mr. Giovanni.
Yes.
Mr. Gofredo.
Yes.
Adopted by a vote of 8-0.
Two-way communications by county 911 operations contracts, ESINet systems. Mr. Brown, will you introduce the resolution?
Whereas Northampton County Administrative Code, Article 13, Procurement Disposition of County Property, Section 13.15, Contracts and Agreements, C2, requires approval of county council for any contract where costs are to be funded with monies outside the county's general fund, such as those funded through bonded indebtedness. Whereas on January 8th, 2024, the Northampton County Council received a request from the county executive for county council to adopt a resolution approving a contract in the amount of $161,390.39 for a term of 1 year with two-way communications funded with PEMA Act 12 grant monies to provide maintenance for the internal and external ESINet systems incurred as part of the Bi-County 911 operations contract. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Northampton County Council does hereby concur with the recommendation of the county executive as set forth in this attached documentation to approve a contract with two-way communications.
Thank you. I believe the 911 director is here. Could you come in case we have questions, or if you want to speak to it very briefly?
Good evening, Council. This is for what we refer to as the ESINet, the Emergency Service Network. This is a network that's internal that our radio consoles, our computer-aided dispatch, all the PCs are connected to, and actually also connect to Lehigh County where we're passing data. That's the external part of it, where we have redundant network. Two-way communication, we submit projects to the state last year for this maintenance that they cover under the Interconnectivity Fund, which is the Act 12 fund, and they approve it, and we're here because of the amount and needs council approval.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Call for the vote.
Mr. Brown.
Yes.
Ms. Keegan. Ms. Fargo Hefner.
Yes.
Mr. Kraft.
Yes.
Mr. Warren.
Yes.
Mr. Giovanni.
Yes.
Mr. Gofredo.
Yes.
Mr. Heckman.
Yes.
Adopted by a vote of 8-0.
Let's do the next one. Mr. Brown?
Whereas on January 8th, 2024, the Northampton Council received a request from the county executive for county council to adopt a resolution approving a contract in the amount of $216,613.55 for a term of 1 year with two-way communications, funded with PEMA Act 12 grant monies to provide maintenance for the Vesta 911 call processing equipment used in the 911 center as part of the Bi-County 911 operations contract. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Northampton County Council does hereby concur with the recommendation of the county executive as set forth in the attached documentation to approve a contract with two-way communications.
Thank you. Thank you for staying.
Not a problem.
Any questions or discussion? Mr. Heckman?
How you doing today? I wanted to ask you, how's the working with Lehigh County, the joint venture, how's that working out for you?
It works good. We actually share our phone system, which this is the CHE, Customer Premise Equipment, and we run an A and a B side. So it kind of, equipment-wise, it goes back and forth. Same way with our radio console, even our recorder, we share that network and that redundancy there. Actually, I was just meeting with one of them today at a PEMA meeting, but yeah, there's always a dialogue back and forth, actually, throughout the state, and because of the advisory meetings and stuff, so we kind of get the network.
They changed up their system over there, didn't they, recently, or they moved or something? I just wonder if that had.
They're adding a newer technology to their system where they're trying to do video.
Does that impact us, or?
It's very, very new, at the moment. So we're watching to see how that goes. I think they're one of the first to try it in the state, but.
So you still have to wait and see.
One of the issues, there's legislative issues, legal issues. Also, we have to watch with labor and some technical things with it. You talked about cybersecurity. Somebody decides to video conference you and send you a file. We got to make sure those things are in place. And currently, they're looking to update the legislation. There's a House bill that's currently out there to protect video 911. Right now, the legislation is only written for phone calls. So that's some legal issues that have to be worked out.
I have a question.
State's working on.
Is Walnut Port still part of Lehigh County's system technically?
They choose to still be dispatched by Lehigh County, yes.
That's amazing.
But we do the other 1/3 of Bethlehem City, so it's.
I remember when all of that happened. I was just curious if that was still the case.
Yep.
So anyway. Hey, it's been a long time since I bought a Commodore computer, Commodore 64 in 1984.
I used to have one.
From Hess's department store, and for you young people, you can ask about both of those items, the Commodore 64
And Radio
Hess's.
Shack and all that.
I have used a computer, Mr. Barron. All right, that's all I have.
Any other questions? Call for the vote.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Ms. Fargo Hefner?
Yes.
Mr. Kraft?
Yes.
Mr. Warren?
Yes.
Mr. Giovanni?
Yes.
Mr. Goffredo?
Yes.
Mr. Heckman?
Yes.
Ms. Kigman? Adopted by a vote of 8-0.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Very much.
Thanks.
Okay, so, next we have the opportunity to fill the vacancy on the Northampton County Council. Before we do so, I just want to point out that we had a very robust discussion and interview process last night. We have one candidate who's with us on the phone, that's Mr. Lenzi. I want to apprise you of people who have withdrawn their applications. Nikita Capasso, Tom Gilmore, Tricia Mezzacapa, Scott Huff, Jerry Cott, and Austin Haitko. So those folks are no longer candidates for the position. Ms. Anne Marie Robertone could not be present last night. She asked to be interviewed tonight, so we will commence with that interview at this time. So if you would come here, come forward.
Could you just, I'm sorry.
Yes,
point of
sir.
order. Could you just name the people who asked to not be again?
Again,
Yeah, so I have some question marks.
Nikita Capasso,
Wait, what's the last name?
Capasso,
Okay,
Capasso.
gotcha,
Tom Gilmore,
gotcha.
Tricia Mezzacapa,
Oh, I gotcha.
Scott Huff,
Yep, gotcha.
Jerry Cott,
Oh, okay. Okay,
and Austin Haitko.
Heiko. Oh, Heiko. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Robertone, thank you for being here and for applying. And what we did, the same process that we did last night, we'll do for you, which is you get about 3 minutes to briefly introduce yourself, and then council members have an opportunity to ask you questions.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I'm Anne Marie Robertone. I was born in Fountain Hill and raised in the Slate Belt, little village of West Bangor, so I represent Upper Washington Township. And I was educated, obviously, in the Slate Belt schools. My resume gives you a broad brush overview of my experience, but I want to tell you, I was educated as a teacher. So as a teacher, I know how to educate individuals from all educational levels. As an administrator, I know how to mediate concerns, delegate, budget, gather as much information as possible so that I can make the tough decisions and understanding the effects that it's going to have upon the entire big picture. You know, as an administrator, I had those who were concerned with only their department, but I had to look at the whole pie. They were concerned with their particular piece. As a pre-hospital care provider, I know the importance of staying calm, taking control of the situation, rapidly gathering information so that the proper treatment can be provided so that the best possible outcome can take place. As a business owner, I know the importance of instilling confidence in those that I provide services to. I have managed as few as 4 employees and as many as 350, in budgets ranging from $5 million to $20 million. I have managed all aspects of running a company. As a matter of fact, for one company, I was hired to break it away from the mother company, so I had to go through the whole process. So I'm familiar with HR, developing policies, procedures, hiring, firing, proposals for extension and expansions. All the above requires excellent communication, confidence, honesty, the ability to listen, the willingness to learn, and the fortitude to stand up so that you can make the tough decisions. My education and professional experience can provide an asset to the 911 center. I've got 42 years, I think, or maybe more, in EMS. I am still a paramedic, and as my resume shows, I still hold many of the credentials. I could also be an asset to Graysdale. I have a master's in public health, as you know, and health and human services. I'm interested in working with the council and the administration. My objective is to make sure that the residents, the taxpayers' money is spent in the most possible way. I have a very diverse background, and for that, I feel I would be a good candidate. And I'm done. Okay.
Any questions from council? Mr. Gafredo?
Hey, Marie, how are you?
Quite well, thank you.
With your experience in healthcare,
Yes.
what do you see are as obvious areas of improvement for Graysdale?
Well, if I did my homework well enough, back in, I think it was May, you had a company that came in and they basically found that the biggest problem with Graysdale is attracting good people and having them stay, and thus it's the importance of paying a good wage now. So I think that's probably, it looks like the benefit package is very robust, but now it's time to take a look at a pay, because if the numbers are correct, they said $6 to $11 below regional, the area that is being paid. And you got tough competition. You know, the hospitals are having problems recruiting. I can tell you, as I teach pre-hospital care perspective, you know, they're looking at what the salary is.
Mr. Kraft, sorry.
A segue in the healthcare, with your background in healthcare. If we had we have a proposed healthcare center for the employees.
Right.
And it's projected to save money on our healthcare. What are your positions or thoughts on that?
Well, again, I did a little homework, and you're going to be purchasing equipment, like x-ray equipment and such. You're going to have a rental of a building. So you're going to spend $7 million to save $2 million. My comment would be, you have St. Luke's, you have Lehigh Valley, sit and talk with them and work out a sweetheart deal that's going to benefit everybody. And that'll save the tax dollars, the taxpayer dollars.
You had knowledge that both of those entities did see the proposal and decided not to give anything or give any headway and didn't respond to it? Would that, sway you in any way?
Well, since I negotiated when I was an administrator and stuff, I'd go back and forth with them. I'd want to know exactly why they wouldn't want to do something like that, considering that it was going to be income almost guaranteed and servicing the residents of Northampton County. You know, I understand, I can speak on a pre-hospital level with the reimbursement for ambulance services and stuff. It doesn't even come close to covering the costs of running these organizations. So the hospitals are, the hospitals are not getting what it truly costs them as well. So I don't know if I would want to know why they would say no, because like I said, it would be a guarantee that people would go to them and they would be able to provide the service and bill the insurance companies.
All right, and then last question is, I was somebody who had to purchase health care for a large group, 5,000 or so people, and every year the prices went up. We are self-funded in the county.
Right.
So what ideas do you have to make besides a health care center, what are the ideas? I mean, you can't reach out to these hospitals because they're not going to give you any deals, no matter how many employees we have. So you have any thoughts on how we can lower our health care costs?
You'd have to sit and really take a look at it. I mean, sometimes it's give and take. I remember a handful of years ago when teachers were in uproar, not particularly in this area, it was Bucks County, because I have some college buddies that are in that area. And they wanted to cut costs. And so they were told that they'd have to look at generic drugs versus brand drugs. So I would say you'd have to sit down and you'd have to look at all the costs, and then you'd have to go back and forth to see what you're willing to give, what you're willing to take, and go from there.
We're already there. We've tiered our drugs. We've mandated, generics. We've mandated 90-day. If it's all those things we've done as a county to try and lower the costs.
Right.
So, okay. Well, thank you.
You're welcome. Hi.
So you mentioned getting the biggest bang for taxpayers' dollars, and I just wanted to know, do you support paying employees more even if it meant raising taxes?
Yes. You have to give people a fair wage, because you know what's going to happen? They're going to go elsewhere, and they're going to move out of the county. So it's, if you want people to stay, then you're going to have to give them some incentives. And, I'm a little bit older, so I look at my health benefits and such. But younger people, they're interested in how am I going to pay the mortgage and my car payments or my rent, that type of thing. You're going to find that they're more interested in that salary.
In your opening statement, you used the phrase "big picture," and as I have asked some of the candidates last night for this position, what is, from a big picture perspective, that long-term vision that you have for Northampton County? Do you have ideas, thoughts, philosophies on where we can take Northampton County in the future from a big picture perspective?
That picture is big because the county obviously is involved in many things. Like pre-hospital wise, I can tell you that 10, 20 years ago, the number of ambulances that were running the streets, it's like half of those are gone because they don't have the ability to maintain the business side of things. So that needs to be looked at because, who wants to move into an area where you have the big fancy home, but if you're having a heart attack, you can't get an ambulance to respond to you. Graysdale needs to be looked at. Again, I think that the salaries are going to keep people there, and you're going to attract people to come. That's part of the big picture. Taxes, okay, those who are on fixed incomes, again, you have to look at the big picture, like if we bring these taxes in, are we able to provide more services to the residents? And and if it turns out that it's going to benefit by raising the taxes a mill or two, then you have to do that. And people have to understand that. And it's, as I said before, I had associate directors under me, and they were all concerned with their piece of the pie. And when I would say no to them, they, got an uproar. And I said, but you have to understand, I'm looking at the entire pie, which would be my big picture. And I'm looking at how this is going to affect now and how it's going to affect down the road.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for your applying and your answers so far. I liked your honesty on if you had to raise taxes, you would. A lot of people would equivocate on that. But our funding, our balance is so strong right now, and one of the side effects of all this development is the money comes pouring into local entities like ours. So I don't know if we'd have to raise taxes if we look at wages. But having said that, I agree with you. If for Graysdale or wages, you've got to run the operation. We are a service-oriented facility. That's what we do. So in line with that, we're not Washington, we're not Harrisburg, even if we'd like to think we are. What's your take on partisanship? It's rampant at the federal and state level. That's why they don't get much done. We've needed zoning change laws from the state for 20 years plus, and you were in local government, you know, they're not going to move off the dime because they can always blame the other side. Local government people want results. They want things done. They don't want to get into this nonsense of, are you this, are you Dino, Reno, Rhino, whatever the hell they use. What's your take on all of that, on the idea of local government and partisanship?
The sooner we're all singing from the same page of music, the sooner we're going to get things done. And the residents, yeah, I'm a taxpayer, as you are. And it's, and if we're going to get things done, people have to listen and make informed decisions versus, I don't like you, so I'm not going to vote for you, or you're this party and I'm not going to vote for you. So the bottom line is, the sooner people realize that you get along, you get things done. If you argue, when I worked in pharma, I had two partners, and I said, we are the three musketeers. If we're all singing from the same page of music, we're going to be successful and we're going to get the job done. And that's the bottom line. If you cannot put aside your own pettiness, agenda, and not listen to what other people have to say, your foot's tacked to the floor, and all you're going to do is walk yourself around in a circle. So it's important that everybody come with honest discussion and willingness to listen.
All right, thank you. That's all I had.
Hi, Emery.
Hi, John.
You heard earlier the discussion around the LRTA. You're from the Slate Belt. You're a long-time resident of that area. The ordinance that was introduced is meant to repeal something we did 6 months ago, so it's a flip-flop and I believe politically motivated overall.
Right.
I believe the LRTA is good for the Slate Belt. I supported it when we reintroduced it and passed it 6 months ago. I believe it will impact, as we heard Mr. Teal and others talk about, the benefit to attracting jobs. What is your perspective of the LRTA in terms of incentivizing manufacturing and the project in Upper Mount Bethel in particular? I'll leave my question to that point.
Okay, well, first, Upper Mount Bethel's got a major problem. 87% of their land under Act 319, so there's discounts. They're losing tax dollars there. That leaves only 13%. I've lived in the Slate Belt. I was there. My mother worked in the textile industry, and I saw when NAFTA came in that everything started to dry up and disappear. I've seen that quite a change takes place. You know, I got to put it in the hands of the township supervisors. If they are concerned that warehouses are going to come in, then they didn't have the foresight when they made that parcel of land and zone it as industrial. I think that, and it's a shame hearing that there were companies that were interested in coming in, but because of delays, they have gone elsewhere. The Slate Belt, as much as I hate the traffic, you know, it used to take me 5 minutes to get from my house in West Bangor to Wing Gap, and now it takes me 15 minutes with traffic, and the truck traffic is unbelievable. But the area is desperate for businesses, and I think that the LRTA should be made available so that they have the possibility in Upper Mount Bethel to bring some manufacturing jobs to the area. It's desperately needed. I mean, there's people that have moved in from New York, New Jersey, Long Island, Connecticut, and yet they don't work in the area. They get in their cars and they drive to Jersey, they drive back to New York. So my question would be, without this, and because of the Act 319, what are the finances going to be? How solvent is Upper Mount Bethel going to be in a couple of years, 3 to 5 years, if they don't, excuse me, if they don't bring in manufacturing jobs and help with the tax base?
Just a continuation of that, then, there are other businesses in that industrial zone currently that are benefiting from the LRTA, and if we were to pull the LRTA and repeal it, then there was, I believe, one or two companies that were actually expanding, creating jobs based on the LRTA, and they stated clearly they would not be able to afford to do that expansion, creating 50, 60 jobs, I think, in the process. Does that change anything in terms of your perspective?
No, no, the LRTA should remain. And if I understand, it's a 10-year period of time that it stays in act. And now I understand October 29th of 2027, it's going to be expired,
It
right?
had 5 years, and it didn't get renewed, and then our ordinance was to renew it for 5, which would bring it to 10. So would be the total.
Yeah, no, it's kept those manufacturing in the area. They haven't packed up and said, we're going to go elsewhere. So it's definitely needed.
Can I ask a question? I'm sorry. I thought that Mr. McClure said that the LRTA is for manufacturing and that it was our decision if we wanted to give it for warehouses. Didn't you say that, Mr. McClure? Isn't this for manufacturing? They get it if
Just
it's a
point of
manufacturing
order.
job?
Yes, point of order.
This is a conversation with a candidate for council, not a debate amongst council members.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just was confused.
Are you passing?
I'm done. I have nothing.
I had a question. I think I did, but if you were selected for this 2-year seat, would you run again in 2 years? Your term is up.
If I felt I've accomplished what I wanted to do, no.
What do you want to do?
I want to learn about the budget. I want to see where the money is being spent. And then I want to be a contributing factor in making good decisions, in all honesty. So if I could do that in a 2-year period of time, then someone else is welcome to take the seat.
You'd hit the ground running, obviously. So what would be 3 areas that you would want to take on? Because we have different committees and different areas of interest.
I would do Graysdale, I would do Health and Human Services, and the 911 Center.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Robertone? Thank you for your application. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for your time.
Okay. Well, he was interviewed. He was here last night and was interviewed. I'm just letting you know that he's here
He's just joining
because
in
he's
the fun.
joining and he could not be present in person.
Madam
but that he's
President,
here.
can I ask a question to Solicitor and you? Since we have excess of 20 candidates, I know typically in the past, somebody will make a nomination and then we will vote on that nomination. But I can see with the amount of people here, without us being able to discuss amongst ourselves where we are as a council, kind of feel like we'll be having a lot of votes that end up going maybe 2, 3 yays without kind of seeing where we're at, getting an idea of where we think the more popular candidates are, and then we could then hone our decisions on a smaller group. Is that allowable? Are we allowed to have discussion beforehand, or do we have to go right to nominations?
I want to address that first, then Mr. Spadoni can speak to the legality of it, but we discussed this prior to the meeting. I met, and generally, every other vote we've ever taken has been just nominate, and that the council ends up finding a way to work that through.
Are we allowed to nominate the same person if a vote fails, and then we
You could
come back
nominate
through?
the same person, you could nominate a different person, you could do it any way you want. It could be different every time. My concern is that we have led a very transparent process, and I don't want to sit here and disparage anybody or weigh, and I just think
Understandable.
it's unfair to the candidates, and honestly, I guess I want to say that everybody that came here, whether they get this tonight or not, I think we've all said at different points last night, if they weren't selected tonight, I would hope that they would apply for some of the boards that we have, that they would continue to get involved. Like, there's so much talent in this room in different ways that only one person can fill the seat, so. But I wouldn't want to get in my candidate's better than yours kind of discussion. Now legally, I don't know if you feel that that's different, but I'd like to try it, and
Fair enough. Thank you.
And I don't think we'll be here as long as we were last night.
Madam President, can I ask you a question? If someone nominates someone, thank you, Jeff. If someone nominates someone, can they give a reason without getting into a long thing? Or are you asking that we just give a name? I can understand either
I
way.
think it's a slippery slope if we start giving rationales, but,
Fair enough. No, I understand.
I mean, I think if we get to the point that we're down to 2 or 3 votes,
Yeah, yeah.
maybe, but like, could we just try it the way we've always done? I mean, we've done this for Mr. Lott, we've done it for the controller, we've done it every time, and it's boom, 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 done. And it
Well,
works.
we've had so many, but I hear what you're saying, and I'm fine with it. I would just ask if any of the people who've observed this fund tonight still really want to do this. And also, I think we should specify the pay.
Oh, yeah, I think
Discrepancy
the
in the
paper
paper.
got that incorrect. You are filling Ms. Zirinsky's term. Ms. Zirinsky's pay is $9,500. That is the pay you will receive. You will not get the new rate that the newly electeds get. So you will be getting the lower rate.
Thank you. That's
Thank
all
you
I-
for reminding me to do that.
Oh,
I
man.
forgot.
Sometimes the brain clicks.
I know, it's a lot of money. Don't all run up here at once. You do this for public service.
Oh, and also, I agree with you, if I may. Next year is the election already. 5 open council seats, executive seat. You don't mind me saying that, do you? An executive seat. And I know somebody said, well, I don't have money, how can I run? Look, I didn't have a dime, and I ran in '89, and I was invited to everybody's victory party. And somehow out of the 11, I was one of the 5 picked. So I would just say, you lose all the races you don't enter. So just keep that in mind, because next year, it's already, time is up, and you can do it.
Okay, with that, then each person, when she calls your name, will get to say the candidate that you choose, and then we'll take it from there. And then what will happen is we'll go around and we'll go around and we'll go around. When we have the name, then we'll put it on the resolution and we'll vote on the resolution.
Call for nominations.
We need 5 votes to win.
You're just going to call for nominations?
Just say the name of the candidate, yep.
I,
So you don't nominate in second, just boom, 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 boom. Your question?
yeah, so so I should say right now who I
No,
want to
she's going to
nominate?
call your name.
Gotcha.
Okay.
We're gonna, she has paper. This is round 1.
Mr. Kraft.
Paul Anthony.
Ms. Keegan.
Paul Anthony.
Mr. Warren.
Paul Anthony?
Mr. Heckman.
This is tough. I have a couple people, but I'm going to throw it out there for the board. Ms. Hunter.
Mr. Brown.
David Holland.
Mr. Giovanni. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Gofredo. You're next.
Going around the horn or alphabetical? Either way. Gennaro Landy.
Mr. Giovanni.
Gennaro Landy.
Spargo Hefner.
Carrie Myers.
Okay, we have 3 for Mr. Mr. Anthony, 2 for Mr. Landy, 1 for Ms. Hunter, 1 for Mr. Holland, and 1 for Mr. Myers.
We'll go round 2. No one got 5 votes.
Okay. Mr. Kraft.
Paul Anthony.
Ms. Keegan.
Paul Anthony.
Mr. Warren.
Paul Anthony.
Mr. Heckman.
I'm going to stick with Deb Hunter for now.
Mr. Brown.
Carrie Myers.
Mr. Gofredo.
I'll go with Carrie Myers as well.
Mr. Giovanni.
Carrie Myers.
Ms. Fargo Hefner.
Carrie Myers.
We now have 4 for Mr. Myers, 3 for Mr. Anthony, and 1 for Ms. Hunter. Again.
We don't
Mr.
have
Kraft.
5, right?
Anthony.
Ms. Keegan. Mr. Warren.
Paul Anthony.
Mr. Heckman.
Deb Hunter.
Mr. Brown.
Carrie Myers.
Mr. Gofredo.
Carrie Myers.
Mr. Giovanni.
Carrie Myers.
Spargo Hefner.
Carrie Myers.
Mr. Myers, 4. Mr. Anthony, 3. Ms. Hunter, 1.
Could we
Can we,
carry the order this time around?
Sure.
no rounds of discussion in between, I'm assuming?
It's up to her.
It's up to the chair. If you want to do that way, certainly. It's never my position to cut anyone off, ever.
Let's go one more round out of order, and then I'll entertain a motion then we'll discuss.
Mr. Heckman.
Deb Hunter.
Ms. Keegan.
Paul Anthony.
Mr. Kraft.
Paul Anthony.
Ms. Fargo Hefner.
Carrie Myers.
Mr. Warren.
Paul Anthony.
Mr. Brown.
Carrie Myers.
Mr. Giovanni.
Carrie Myers.
Mr. Gofredo.
Carrie Myers.
4 for Mr. Myers, 3 for Mr. Anthony, and 1 for Ms. Hunter.
Can we discuss now?
Yes, I'll open discussion. I have a question for the solicitor first. How far do we go if we don't get consensus? That's my, because we could stay all night and keep going and going and going.
Well, let's work as hard as we can.
Okay. Open for discussion. Mr. Gofredo.
So I knew this would be a difficult consensus to come down to, but there was, in my head, three priorities I wanted to hit. First of all, as somebody who was new to this board 2 years ago, I understand it takes about a year to understand not just the role of council. It doesn't take that long to understand that, but to understand how the county works, especially if you never worked in this county.
Could I interrupt? Could someone turn off their phone, please, or their pager? Thank you.
So I set a scale of 1 to 10 here on a piece of paper because there were so many people. I wanted to be able to keep track of, as people came up, where I saw people I am. And Mr. Myers, I started at a 7.5 just because he understood the job. I understand him to be a reasonable man that makes his decision based on what he thinks to be best. I've disagreed with him at times, I've agreed with him at times, but I understood him to at least have enough dignity to vote his way. So I see that as important because of the fact that A, he has experience, and B, he will be an individual free thinker. I think the most important thing here is that we understand what council does. Council is a separate body that is a check and balance on the administration, and we need to be able to remain that way. And if we don't have an ability to check, then what are we even doing here? We'll come in here every single time, and if we have something that the administration disagrees with, it'll get shut down by veto, and there'll be no recourse. And I met Mr. Anthony when he came up here for the first time. Seems like a gentleman. Talked with him in the elevator. But it seems very clear to me that that would be the 4th vote. Unless somebody has something to say that can make me sway my opinion, it seems very obvious that that would be the way it works. And I think it would very much compromise the integrity of this council if we don't have the ability to differ from the administration.
May I?
Yes.
So Kerry Myers falsified his petition. He admitted it in court that he did not witness those signatures. He did not get the Democratic support. Therefore, the Democrats did not want him here. And then he switched parties and did not get the Republican support. So I don't see who he thinks he would be representing nobody wanted him here.
May I respond
Sure.
swiftly? I've handed out petitions, and people have offered to take petitions on my behalf, which I guarantee most people sitting here have also done. And I can guarantee everybody here had people sign their petition that they did not witness. Did Mr. Myers make a mistake by not verifying all those? Sure. Does Mr. Myers have a great following in Easton and his hometown, have people that love him and voted for him in the past? Absolutely. To say that nobody wants him here, I would disagree with. I think 4 people just voted for him. Regardless of that, my merits of my argument were he will vote independent of how anybody else feels here. Contrary to what people may believe, we didn't get into a room together to decide who we would vote for, actually. I liked Mr. Landy. I thought he had some great points. But I have a hard time believing that I'm going to be able to get 4 other people to vote for him. I do see Mr. Myers as a guy that can garner 5 votes, and I think it is very important that this council decides who this 9th member is. And if it goes to the courts, I think it would be a sign that we won't be able to make decisions here together. I think that'd be a very bad tone to set for the beginning of this.
Just one more thing.
Yes.
I'm so confused because I have read the home rule charter, and it just seems like this previous board is so hung up on having the veto. It's not in the homeroom charter. That has to be. So I don't understand like why you find that so important. We're elected, and so.
What do you think on that one, then?
Ms. Varga?
Yes, sir?
You know, I'm really happy to see 3 Republicans supporting our newest Democrat in the county because he switched back to parties again. Probably because what I said the last time I was here, that I was going to support a D for this position because it was left by a Democrat. And for our fellow who derided me for it, I also said that I would support a Republican if a Republican left. I would call for a Republican to replace the seat. Now, as far as Carrie Myers, as she said, the people had a chance to vote for him. We all ran petitions around. But the people that I had my petitions run around, that took them around, witnessed the people signing it like you're supposed to. Didn't just leave it on a table and say, oh, that's the way. And if you did that, then you broke the law, okay? That's the way you're supposed to do. You're supposed to follow the law. You know, Mr. Myers has been here for 4 years. What did he do? He derided the sheriff, told all the sheriff deputies to not pay attention to a lawful order by a sheriff because he felt that his life would be in danger. I mean, who does that? I mean, that's the kind of representative you want here. The only reason why you want Carrie Myers on here is he's going to be a wrench in the side of anything that the executive wants. And I understand where you're coming from. You're on that side of the table. You're a Republican. You don't want to see him get any further. You want to see your buddy John Brown have a thing to run on for executive next year. And that's fine.
Just a point of order.
That's fine. It is a point of order. Carrie Myers is not the good choice. I will not vote for him. I can't believe you guys are putting him up for it. I mean, I could see a lot of these candidates are a lot better than Carrie Myers on the Republican side. There's some really good candidates out there. And you're picking
You know
this
everybody's
guy.
party affiliation that spoke here today?
Pardon me?
You know everybody's party affiliation that
No.
spoke? Okay. My point exactly. The obsession with party affiliation is the disease that's killing this country.
No, I
The
don't have an
disease that's
obsession.
destroying
I can work
common
across
discourse.
aisles with everybody, and
Doesn't
John knows
seem
I
like
can. Everybody knows I can do that very simply. With reasonable people, I can work with anything for anything. And I would say no to Lamont McClure if he came up here with some dumb idea that isn't good for the county. I have no problem saying no. He knows that I've said no to things. John, I worked with you when you were as the executive. I mean, we can do that. I don't think Carrie's the person. I think you're making a huge mistake. So that's just my opinion. I can't believe what you're doing here. I mean, Paul Anthony is well-versed in the county. He's on all kind of boards. He's been volunteering for years and years and years. And your reason for not wanting to put a more qualified person in Carrie who understands that this council probably better than Carrie does after sitting here even as president for a year, you know, because you think you're going to have a veto-proof majority. I can tell you, Paul and I sat in the building trades, and we've had disagreements. I don't know if he's here yet, but he'll stand up and disagree with me in 1 second. He has no problem with doing that. And if you're basing your opinion on some crap from a blog that we're going to be rubber stamps for the administration, you're sorely mistaken. I think you should reconsider what you're thinking.
I just want to say something before we continue. The reason I didn't want to have this open debate is exactly what's happening. It's become derision, name-calling. You know, there's 3 people whose names are still in contention. The rest of the folks are sitting out there. And then it's become Mr. Brown and Mr. Cafredo and what we're going to do. You know, I'm the one that put his name up, not the Republicans. I know that questions who I am and what party I should be, and that's been questioned for a long time. I worked with Mr. Myers. He's the only person of color in this room. I appreciate that. He brings that perspective. A lot of people discuss, I'm tired of him playing the race card. I appreciate it sitting up here. And I appreciate that he will speak his mind, and he won't always agree with me. He'll do what he wants to do. And I need to have trust, and I need to have faith that we have that veto. This is not hand the county executive everything. It's not. Some people said great things last night, and I think that if it was a matter of them coming and hitting the ground running, they might not be able to do it. Other people could. But I need to know 100% that you're not just going to hand Alerta out next week, and you're not just going to hand a health care center over. Some people gave good answers. Oh, I haven't made my mind up yet. But I have to believe 100% that this council stays the governing body. And that's where the veto comes in. We are the governing body. He gets to veto things, and we get to override. He gets the veto. That's his. We get to say no. We get to say this is what we want, and this is how we vote. So if you want to talk about your candidate and why we should pick them, fine. But don't pick on anybody else on this council, because I'm pretty tired of it. I earned this seat by 5 votes, and this person's going to earn their seat by at least 5 votes. Has nothing to, and if you want to play partisan, just go home. I'm tired of it. I'm so tired. This is local government. This isn't Washington. We got to build bridges. We got to fix Graysdale. We have stuff to do. I'm so tired. I'm just really tired of it. And I apologize to those of you that are sitting out there. There's a lot of good people out there. But I know him. I know what he'll do, and I don't know what somebody else won't. Thank you. Mr. Heckman.
Thank you. First of all, I'm not going to say anything negative about anybody. I know Mr. Anthony. I serve on a board with him. I don't impugn his integrity. I'm not going to impugn anybody's integrity. That's become far too common in local government. And it disgusts me, quite frankly. It really does. As far as you veto, not veto, it is in the charter. It's literally written in the charter about the power of council. I've always been concerned about the separation of powers. Not because I think Mr. McClure's a bad guy. I think Mr. McClure's got like 98.8% of everything he's wanted from this council, regardless of who was on. So, you know, I can't accept that argument that, well, we just want to be opposed to Mr. McClure. You're going to oppose an executive on issues. Jerry, I consider one of the best executives. Jerry Seyfried was one of the best executives this county ever had. And he and I opposed each other on various things, and he's still one of my best friends. So, I mean, and I think it's a shame for these people, the disparaging. So I'm not here to disparage anybody. I worked with Mr. Myers. I agree, and some have said that he brings up the race card. Well, he's lived that race. I haven't. And so, you know, I understand about the petitions. I get it. And you know, I'm not going to get into that. That's on its surface what it is. But I would like to get into, though, why I voted for Ms. Hunter, and I'm the only one I nominated her, and why I've stuck with it. This position is 2 years. That's it. So you got to hit the ground running. And I think there were wonderful people who came up. I was impressed. I mean, I kept a cheat sheet as I was going, and I don't think I had any X's. I mean, there were some I thought, I don't know if you really understand what it is we do, but, and I should have asked, have you ever watched a council meeting online? I forgot to do that. And to me, that's always a big thing, because we spend so much time on the warehouse issue. which is like 0.5% of whatever we do. It makes for great political fodder, but we don't get involved in warehouses. That's why I'm never going to vote for Alerta again, so I won't have to, I don't want to deal with that since we've made it political. One of the big questions, and people have had this, and they've come to me about it, is this election. And why did I vote to, well, I didn't vote, but why do I agree that we could have election integrity committee? Well, I believe the election was fair, it was honest, it was legal. I have no doubts of that. The elections today are much, much more accurate than they were back in the old days when you stuffed the papers in boxes. And I talked about this when we got the machines. While I was not happy about what happened, I do believe it was human error, not intentional. I don't think the average voter, though, wants to keep hearing there's nothing wrong, it's just human error. An error is an error, like I said about the website. You can tell me how great something is or how this happened, but at the end of the day, if I came in and I was told to go home, or if I came in and the thing said something different, but I was told, don't worry, it's fine, somebody in Omaha screwed up, it doesn't make me feel any better. If my tire goes flat and I say, well, don't worry, it was really something in the way they designed it, I'm still sitting at the side of the road. So I think sometimes we really have to get off the political podiums and think about, well, what are the people thinking that we represent? Paul Anthony would make a great councilman. I have no doubt of that. He and I have conversed many times. I picked, when I selected Ms. Hunter, because she was intimately involved in the election process when the machines were being brought up. And I'm concerned going into next year, and I hope, I really do, I don't need a political win out of this because I don't see it as a win. I hope that everything goes smoothly. I hope everybody in Omaha is on the ball. I hope our people are on the ball. I really, really hope that. And that's why I said I'd go on, because I want to assure people that we at the county definitely care about their votes in the election. I didn't do it because I think there's some grand conspiracy out there, anything like that. I lived through the assassinations, so I don't believe in these crazy conspiracy theories. But the thing is, Deb Hunter could hit the ground running. She understands machines. She understands this issue that is going to be a big, big issue in this election. Talk about partisanship. Whichever side loses the presidential election, the other side's going to claim, you cheated, you did this, you did that. In a very divided country, which politicians keep using over and over again to gain power and keep power, I think that the election situation is something immediate, much more than the warehouses. They've been around for 20 years, and now we're getting to it. It's much more immediate than whether you think a warehouse, whether you think a health center. They don't have the information yet. They don't know. I mean, maybe it's a good idea, maybe it isn't. But I picked her because I think she knows what goes on. She's been to council meetings. She could add a reasoned and experienced voice on a very, very, very important topic. And when I'd always say our core functions, human services, the prison, and I know the sexy stuff is economic development and all that, because that's the checks. But really, our core functions are services. But Mr. Cusick would always remind me that one of our big core functions are elections. And he's right. So I think she would lend a reasoned and experienced voice to that. Besides having been involved in knowing full well, I ran with her in 2017, and I was on that ticket that got creamed by Mr. Brown and the Republicans. For some reason, the head of our ticket decided not to run in the general. I don't know why. But anyway, the thing is, I just wanted to say I'm not going to disparage anybody else. Certainly not going to disparage Mr. Anthony. I'm not going to disparage Mr. Myers. We're all individuals. That's why there's 9 of us. You can always say one person should make the decision. And some people believe that. I've been yelled at in the past outside. They say, why don't you agree with the executive? Why don't you? I generally do. I mean, we have our back and forth. I'm frank with him, he's frank with me. I don't care about that. But there was a person on council who once said to me, your job is to approve what the executive brings forward. And I almost fell off the back of my seat because I said, what? I mean, why don't we just have a commissioner, one commissioner, and that's it. So no, council is vital, council is important. I'm not worried about the veto, so I do worry about it, but it's not a reason I wouldn't vote for somebody like Mr. Anthony. I think he'll make his own mind up. But for now, I'm sticking with Deb Hunter because I believe she is bringing a level of knowledge and expertise in an area that is vital and critical to the, to the county at a very important time in our history. And that's my rationale.
Thank you. Mr. Warren?
And I, of course, am not going to say any disparaging remarks about anybody who applied. I commend every single individual who applied for this position, the rest of the 2 years on this seat. But something I've learned during the course of my public service and working in this realm is that elections have consequences. Elections have consequences. And last year, voters spoke in a number of ways. And there is a reason, as much as I respect what Mr. Myers has done in the Easton community, I remember when he was on the Easton School Board, the youth athletics that he has run and how he has touched the lives of different youth in our community and given them perspective. I respect that. But at the end of the day, elections have consequences. Voters spoke last year in a number of ways with regard to Mr. Myers' candidacy. That's reality. I'm not here to disparage him at all. Mr. Anthony, he understands personnel, contracts, workforce. We talk about hitting the ground running. I do believe there are a number of candidates that actually could. I believe Mr. Anthony could truly hit the ground running here. He may be able to hit the ground running more than myself, who was just elected, quite frankly. I have no qualms at all saying that. That's why I'm supporting him. That's why I cannot vote for Mr. Myers, because elections have consequences. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Anyone else? Mr. Brown?
I actually agree with you, Mr. Warren. Elections do have consequences, absolutely. And that's what we're doing here tonight. This is an election. This is what we're doing, right? We're representing. So regardless of anybody's past, what they've done up to this point, this is another fresh election that will have consequences. We'll have to wait and see what that looks like. So anybody that has put their name in is a fair candidate, including Mr. Myers. And regardless of what happened last cycle, you know, I've been in enough elections myself, as have you. You never know what actually drives a vote in any given particular cycle. But this is important because it is about working together. It is about moving not only the executive's agenda, what he wants to get done in this case, but this council has an agenda also. There's a purpose why we're here. And it's making sure that we don't get lost in that process along the way. So having that balance, I think Mr. Myers has demonstrated that willingness to look at situations and issues independently and not just go one particular way all the time. And that, unfortunately, that's what not unfortunately, that is what this body is meant to do. It's not about you and your own personal philosophy. Sometimes it is about what is the best interest of the community at large, and are you willing to set your own ego aside and make that call? That's how I take a look at things. And in time I've been on council, I think I've demonstrated that, irrespective of Mr. Kraft's characterization of what myself and my fellow Republicans are doing here at this particular time. So I agree with you, elections have consequences, and this election is very important for this body. So thank you.
When I thought about who I was going to pick, because, again, I tried to do a rating system. I tried to look at different things. I thought about what each person would bring to the table. I looked at who said they'd run, if they would use this position as a springboard to run again, or if they would say no. I looked at who had governmental experience, so several candidates did stand out for me. And then again, like I said, I listened to how they talked about the LRTA, about Graysdale, about what their preconceived notions were. And I wanted to know what people really understood about this body. And when I think about all those things, it's not really about whether I, get my way on any of those particular votes. Ultimately, the number one thing that makes a difference to me is whether this stays the governing body and has a separation of power. And that's it. And that's it. I feel the need to be protective of that. And, elections have consequences. Well, that's the other thing. How many people out there actually ran for an election, actually served, ran and lost, or ran and won? So those people were at the top of my list.
Am I allowed?
Yeah, please.
Actually, part of my rationale too was, which wasn't the most important, Mr. Kraft and I agree, he would like to see it codified. I agree with him in principle that it was a Democrat sitting there, and it probably should be a Democrat that's elected. But it was a Democratic woman, and so I took that into consideration too. They didn't just say, give me a Dem, they said, give me a Democratic woman. So I'm looking at, and I really don't want to look at the D or the R, but I'm a Democrat, despite what some people said. I think that is probably, I have to be quite honest, in the back of my mind is part of my reason for Ms. Hunter. Now, I know I'm sitting here and I think people are saying, well, he's going to have to give up at some point. But
Not really.
even if I would pick Mr. Anthony, that's 4-4. And then I'm thinking, well, heck, I have a few names here that I thought did a good job. I'm not going to name them because I don't want others to think that they didn't. But hell, I'll throw another name out because if we're starting out this divided, that sort of is part and parcel of some of the problems that we may be experiencing. We all have the right to our own opinions. So I just want to add that to why I think Ms. Hunter, I'm looking at policy. I'm looking at issues confronting the county because there are issues confronting the county, big issues. What are we going to do? What's our focus going to be? Where is it going to be? We had a lot of questions about pay, and a lot of the questions then came into, well, would you support a tax increase? I remember Reverend Ralph Hartzell, who sat on this board right after it was started, said, if you give people a good reason why you need to raise taxes, let the election take care of itself. I don't think we need to raise taxes, even if there was some pay adjustment. But it is scary to say we'll raise taxes. But we don't know. We don't have the study back yet. And somebody made a great point. We didn't even look at the counties we should have looked at, which I still don't understand. So, I mean, I'm going to stick with where I'm at right now. And I'm going to let you all fight it out for the time being. And hell, I got nowhere to go except home. So I'm willing to sit here and do that.
Thank you.
No offense to my wife if she's watching.
Anybody else?
I just want to clarify one thing. When it comes to this veto power or that, having the importance of 6, it's not a prerequisite when you run, whether you are going to, I don't know, you want that or you don't. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know why this is so important to you. It's not a prerequisite when you are up for election. There could be 9 of us that would vote with the county executive. My feeling is, I'm going to represent the people that elected me. I'm not against anybody. I'm not with anybody. I'm representing the people that elected me. So I just want to clarify that, because I really feel like it's like this since I got here, and I don't know why. Because I just got here. You guys didn't even know me. Nobody knew me. Nobody even spoke to me. So that's the way I feel, and I just wanted to clarify that.
I've been here, this is my 7th year. And the first year I came on, the first thing I was told was that the Republicans get nothing. And since that time, I've evolved to a perspective of there's things we have to get done. We need people to agree with us. Sometimes I agree with something somebody else is saying. And again, we've had 9-0 votes, 8-0 votes, giving the administration exactly what it wanted. And it's devolved into a point of personality politics. And, Mr. Kraft was the one that came out here and said it has to be a D and I won't vote for an R. I won't vote for this person. We haven't been like that for the past few years. So I'm looking to keep somebody that will keep that balance, because it shouldn't be this boom, boom. But it started out that way, and it's been that way since the beginning of this year. I want this, I want that, this is the way it is. It doesn't have to be that way.
I think Mr. Kraft was just thinking about the people who voted, and they elected a Democrat.
Well, they elected a Republican, too.
Right,
Let's
yeah.
remember that
No,
they elected
with
a
Tara's-
Republican.
No, I'm sorry. With Tara. They elected Tara Zirinsky, who was a Democrat, and she got a lot of votes. And I think that he was just thinking about those people and trying to represent their values and what party they voted for. And I also agree with you, Mr. Heckman, they voted for a woman. And so I do agree with that.
And if I may, I did talk to you guys before you came on. I sat down and spoke with you. Well, hey, I am a unique individual. But anyway, no, I think it's important. We keep bringing up, somebody said there was a nickname for Mr. Kraft, Mr. 34,000, because he always mentioned what Tara got. But that was a one-on-one race for controller, nothing with council. Mr. McClure would be the first to tell you a one-on-one race is far different than being in a group of people. So when you run at large, you're going to end up dividing votes, one-shotting. People say they don't. Many people one-shot names. So I accept the fact that Tara won her council seat. I don't factor it into my vote because she won controller. I mean, she did a good job in the campaign, much better than her opponent, and she won, and that's great. Now I'm looking to replace the seat that was occupied by Tara Zirinsky on council in that respect. And while I think there's numerous people that could, out here, as I look around, fill that seat, excuse me. I heard some of them, and I heard some agendas, but everybody has an agenda, even if they don't admit to it. I just, in my mind, thought Ms. Hunter would probably be the least controversial who fit into that criteria that Mr. Kraft himself brought up, and who also has knowledge. But I mean, I'm just looking at this and wondering if it's going to break out in any way, shape, or form. I will say this, I've spoken to Mr. Anthony in the past, and he's been very sincere. He is not, some people said about getting leaned on. He didn't lean on me in any way, shape, or form. So I want to put that out there. He's a decent man, he's a gentleman. I think he would think for himself. And what I'm doing certainly is no reflection on him as an individual. It's what I believe in. And I don't know. I don't know what to say, because over the years, I've grown so many scales on my back in terms of politics that, you get accused of many things. And you got to let a lot of it run off your back. I mean, if you don't do what somebody wants you to do, you're a bum. If you do what they want, you're a hero. It's a pretty simple rule of life. But in politics, it's just exponentially worse. So I stand by what I'm saying. I know I'm one vote, and I hate to be the deciding vote sometimes. But even this way, I'm Mr. Myers and I've known Mr. Myers. I actually get along with Mr. Myers. I hear what you're saying, and it's a very fair point about the election. But I would just say that at this point, even if I were to go with Mr. Anthony, it would be 4-4, and I don't know where that's going to break out. And frankly, at some point, maybe I'll say, you know what? Maybe I'll petition the courts to make the decision, and then none of us can yell at the other group, and they can go from there. I mean, I don't know. I'm just looking at the issues. That's why I'm voting the way I'm voting. That's my opinion. What you've heard tonight isn't a very good opinion from some people.
Mr. Gafredo?
Ms. Keegan, you're right. I don't know you. Mr. Warren, I don't know you. Mr. Kraft, I don't know you. And before I came on this council, I didn't know anybody that sat at this table. I didn't even know who the executive was. I didn't pay attention too much to politics. I lived a very busy life. And then all of a sudden, my life got turned upside down. Businesses got shut down. I was a very angry person. I lived my entire life trying to be independent and trying to be able to do as I pleased, owning my own business, controlling my own destiny. And I was very much in disagreement with how this council at the time and the executive handled the pandemic. And I do believe that some of the decisions that were made and ended up being a little premature. I'll leave it at that. So I ended up running just because I wanted to see how, what do we say over there? See how the bread's made, or see how it worked. I got involved, and nobody talked me through the entire process. I got on here, and I sat back and I listened, learned, figured out who did what was going on, and I noticed something. I noticed something that 5 people or 6 people were making certain decisions that seemed to be sporadic, genuine. Every once in a while, 7 people, I'm sorry, every once in a while there'd be a contentious vote, and it would always be the same thing, 7-2, 7-2, 7-2. And then I started to understand what was going on. When you guys come on, first thing that happened was nominations for president, and it was boom, right away, 1, 2, 3, voting for the guy that just showed up. And I understand Mr. Kraft sat on this council before, but it seemed very lock and step. I'm very nervous that we have a similar thing going on. And if there's a 4th one that goes on that line, yes, that veto power is very important. It's the only thing that makes this body relevant. Have you been to Mount Bethel? Yes. Have you met people that live there? Have you talked to them? And have you understood the economic impact that area is dealing with? Because 1, 2, 3 people that live there, and a couple people that I've interviewed, many of them have sat on supervisor boards, zoning boards, and understand what's going on there, all happen to have a similar opinion. Yet people that don't live there and aren't familiar with the politics up there have such strong opinions that happen to align.
Is this a?
Oh, no, I'm making a point. You guys
He's
are
making a point.
Okay.
Yes?
My point is, unless you happen to have a better understanding of the town that I live in, it just so happens to seem to me that you're going along with the narrative, and narratives are important. We have a narrative here as council, and the administration has a narrative. And sometimes we conflict, and we argue, and we talk about it. But if we don't have that discussion, and if we don't have any power for our narrative prevail, especially if that narrative happens to make more sense, and it just happens to be whichever way the administration decides, then this council has no purpose. We are literally here for show. So, Ms. Hunter, Mr. Londy, the FBI guy, Mr. Milan, I wrote down all these names. I'm willing to be, I can compromise. I don't need to have I think Mr. Myers would be the most effective because he's done this job. That's why I supported him.
Mr. Gafredo?
But I don't think we have to be hard-headed. So I'd be willing to vote for 6 or 7 or 8 different people. But if you keep telling me every time we go around that you got to stick for one person, I have to believe that there's an agenda at place. Call me conspiratorial, fine. But if there's only one person here that we all have to agree on, and it's the man that happens to donate the same, I'm not even going to go down that road.
Yeah, wow.
Public information. So, yes, I do think it's important that we compromise. I think it's important that we talk about things. I think it's important that we have veto power. I think it's very important we have veto power. One of the most important things. That's why I said 3 things I'm looking for: effectiveness, the ability to think for themselves, and the ability to keep this council relevant. So yes, I will compromise. I'll look at Mrs. Hunter. I hope people look at Mr. Myers. I'll look at Mr. Londy again, because I think he had some great attributes that happen to be very poignant to our county. The opioid epidemic is huge, and he had some original ideas that I thought were creative just from the short time that he spoke here. A lot of interesting people that came here, and I'd be willing to listen to you, listen to Mr. Kraft, and listen to Mr. Warren, because I do not have any hard feelings. I understand. I said things that might have hurt your feelings. I apologize for that, but it's how I felt. I'm telling the truth. That's what I see, and I'm not the only one that sees it. So if you don't think that's the truth, by all means, dissuade me. I'm more than willing to listen.
Okay, so there are 4 districts, and I represent District 2. There are 5 at large. You have to represent your people. So when you say that to me, that I don't know what's going on in Upper Mount Bethel, blah, 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 so, yeah, you did.
Ms.
Okay,
Keegan?
I represent
Before you
District
jump
2.
out, just ask me for the floor, but you're welcome to have the floor. So please continue, and you have the floor to say whatever you want.
That's what I'm going to say back at you, that when you tell me I haven't talked to these people, I represent District 2. That's who I'm representing. They don't want any more warehouses. I'm not going to go into this LRTA and go over what Mr. McClure said about how this LRTA is for manufacturing jobs. It is for that. He just went over it. And you guys keep saying that it's not, but whatever. I represent District 2. I represent my constituents, so just want to clarify that.
Thank you. What I'd like to do at this time is I'd like to call for another round of voting. Yes, I'm sorry, I didn't see it.
That's okay.
But again, you got to ask me to.
Okay. So just to essentially piggyback off what Ms. Keegan was saying, Mr. Goffredo, the amount of individuals and doors that I knocked on last year to campaign for this seat, talking to people on their front porches and many times inside their home after being invited in to talk about issues that were important to them within this county moving forward. One of the reasons I asked so many candidates for this position what their long-term vision was. A lot of what was brought up to me on people's front porches, having just general conversation of things that we are all talking about from an issue perspective. It's what the majority of this board was asking candidates for this position. Whether it was the health center, whether it was warehouses, whether it was taxes, whether it was what we're going to do about elections. Yes, those issues were brought up. And as the representative on this council of District 3, I need to look after what those folks who I was talking to them, and there is an expectation from them that I represent their best interests on this council. And as I said, elections have consequences. And I completely understand what Mr. Brown was saying in response to that. I do know the Upper Mount Bethel area. I want to let you know that for many years, and I don't think it's a secret. I was an aide to Senator Lisa Boscola for over 13 years. She had the slate belt as part of the 18th Senatorial District. Spent a lot of time with her, other staff, learning about the various issues. And I still like to think that I have a decent pulse on many areas of this county. I hear the words rubber stamp, and quite frankly, if I have a philosophy, and I spoke to a member of council about this prior to me coming on here, if I have a certain philosophy that aligns with the county executive, then that's how my philosophy aligns. If I have a philosophy that doesn't align with the county executive, then it doesn't align. If I have a philosophy that aligns with Mr. Brown, Mr. Giovanni, Mr. Heckman, then it does. I'm not sitting here as I was once asked if I was going to be drinking Kool-Aid. No, I'm not. I have a certain philosophy, and if it happens to align with certain individuals on this council, or if it aligns with the county executive, then it does. Elections have consequences, and I'll leave it at that.
Mr. Giovanni?
Silent, man.
You know I'll always call on you because you never talk.
Abraham Lincoln just sat back and listened, and then drew from home, as some people would know.
Use your mic.
Yeah, oh, I'm sorry. Sorry about that. I hear a lot about districts. Yeah, I know. I represent District 4, where Mount Bethel is. And yes, there are people up there that don't want the development. But let me tell you this, there are just as many people that do want it. Which, yeah, you knocked on doors. I understand it. I knocked on doors too. And if you look at the polls, you can see I had 12,000 votes compared to your highest of 11. And I didn't even work as hard as I did the first 4 years of my election. But I did go around and talk to people. That's how I do, all the time. And people are looking for something to happen up at that end of town, up at the district. They need something. Because if they don't, and that township goes bankrupt, I'm going to guarantee you, they're going to come back to you and say, I need help. I need help. And here we are saying, geez, we would have had industry up there, but you know what? We didn't think the LRTA was, we should rescind the LRTA. That's fine. That's your vote. That's what you want to do. I'm not going to vote like that. And that I understand. They are trying to do something up there. And I don't only vote for my contingents in District 4, I also vote for people in your area. I talk to those people in Nazareth. I talk to people in other areas. It's not only about the district, it's about the people in Northampton County. They're the stockholders, they're the taxpayers. That's what it needs to do. But I also talk to them also. It's not only yes, my district comes before me, but I also talk to everybody. And that's what we need to do. We need to concentrate about the people of Northampton County. That's what we need to do. Thank you.
I'd like to call for another round of votes.
Ms. Keegan. Paul Anthony. Mr. Kraft. Paul Anthony. Ms. Fargo Hefner.
Carrie Myers.
Mr. Warren.
Paul Anthony.
Mr. Brown.
Carrie Myers.
Mr. Giovanni.
Carrie Myers.
Mr. Gofredo.
Peter Milan.
Mr. Heckman. I'm sorry, you said who?
I don't know how to pronounce the last
Peter
name. Milan?
Milan.
Oh,
Milan?
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 Okay.
Hunter.
Okay. Mr. Heckman.
Hunter.
We got 3 for Mr. Anthony, 3 for Mr. Myers, 1 for Mr. Milan, and 1 for Ms. Hunter.
Take another round.
Does anybody want to make a brief statement before, because it's going to be the same vote?
You know what my concern is with the statements?
I don't want to argue with anybody.
I don't either, but it's becoming elections of consequences and about the LRTA, and, and that's unfortunately what happened last night. It's not about the LRTA, although I do respect that. I understand where you're coming from. It's about them. I want to,
I was just asking Ms. Zembo to remind me of a couple people that, because I could easily throw out another name, and my problem now is, in deference to Mr. Myers and to Mr. Anthony, is this has now been built into a war. Almost, I feel bad for them, in a philosophical war that neither side is going to win based on the votes. And I'll go through the round and I'll vote again. And I may be the citizen that says, let the courts decide, because it's just, I agree. I don't mind debate. I love debate, getting involved and back and forth and all that stuff. But it is true. I mean, if my fear is right now, if Mr. Anthony or Mr. Myers wins, this is just going to be a continuation going into the meetings to come. And hell, we're not even out of, are we out of we're not even out of January yet. So, I mean, it's going to be a long 2 years. So anyway, I just wanted to say that. I personally think you may be looking at a compromise candidate. But, you know, that's everybody's personal decision. If you want to stand your ground, you stand your ground. That's what you wrote. Like I said, we're elected. We do what we believe is right. We're elected for our judgment, not just for our registration or for our age or whatever.
Was that a motion to send it to the courts?
No, not yet. I just said we're going to do another round, but I don't know if we're going to get past any more rounds. I put another name out, but I don't think it'd go anywhere.
Well, another name was just put out,
Oh, I'm sorry. What was put out?
Mr. Milan.
Mr. Milan.
I'm gonna do another one now.
He has to wake up now and pay attention.
Pete. Oh, good for Pete. He's sitting back there. Okay, I'm done. I'm finished. Thank you.
Mr. Kraft,
Paul Anthony.
Ms. Fargo Hefner,
Gary Myers.
Mr. Warren,
Paul Anthony.
Mr. Brown,
Terry Myers.
Mr. Giovanni,
Kerry Myers.
Mr. Gofredo,
Daniel Dewey.
Mr. Heckman,
Deb Hunter. I have a question. Was Mr. Dewey the Stocker Town?
Academy.
Academy. Oh, yeah, you put on a good presentation. I like it.
Ms. Keegan,
I'm sorry. I didn't know I interrupted you.
we
I
have,
just think that's fun. Wait,
we have 3 for Mr. Anthony, 3 for Mr. Myers, 1 for Mr. Dewey, and 1 for Ms. Hunter.
I'm at a loss. I mean, we can keep going all night. It's clear that there's not gonna. Yes, sir.
Quickly, swords away. I'm honestly, Mr. Warren, I hope what you said is absolutely true, and we're gonna be sitting together for at least 2 years, so you're gonna see, you know, first appearances might change, and I hope what you said about yourself is true, and I guarantee you, you're gonna find that I'm as genuine as it gets. I don't vote any other way than what I think is best for the county and for me. So I challenge everybody, throw out a different name. If you only have one name on this paper, then we're not gonna be able to do this ourselves. But if you have somebody else that you're willing, that's why I'm trying, I wrote down 6 or 7 or 8 names I thought were all good candidates. 20 people came up here. A lot of them, all of them are qualified. I think most of them will do well, maybe some not. I wrote some below my line, my baseline. But try somebody else. Let's see if we can find somebody that we all can get behind.
Can I speak? I'm always scared I'm interrupting anybody. I don't know if I have to wait 3 seconds after people.
No, you just have to ask me, that's all.
Okay, can I speak?
Yes.
Okay, I get what you're saying, Mr. Gofredo, but Paul Anthony sits on all of these boards. He has all of this experience, and I get it. I really felt like last night was very hard. I have all my notes. I liked so many people, but I feel like, and I could throw out other names. I really could, because I did like other people. I thought they were qualified, you know, they would probably be able to do a good job. But for me, Paul Anthony has the experience. He's a genuine guy. People know him here. He has the experience. He would be able to hit the ground running here. I can't say another name, I'm sorry.
Madam President.
Yes?
Ms. Keegan, with all due respect, and I really do mean that, I value your opinion, and I hear what you're saying. I have a gut feeling, and I really rarely betray that unless evidence is, you know, displayed. And unfortunately, I won't be able to prove that my gut's not right in this moment. I'd have to wait and see, time could tell, and I could find out that my gut was right all along and I made a big mistake. So, unfortunately, me personally, I can't vote for Paul Anthony for a reason that I hold in my own head that I'm not gonna say out loud because I don't even know if it's true. But experience, Kerry Myers is the most experienced county council member here. He served, he was president, he has a track record. He served in all kinds Easton School Board. He's been a volunteer. He's been serving for the Navy. Like, he's got all the experience in the world. William, excuse me for butchering your name, Kresmian, one of the other names I'd like, FBI, DEA, government experience up the wazoo. Listened to him talk, seemed very composed, reasonable. I'd vote for him. I could go down this list. There's all types of people that have experience, have reasons to be here. But my point is, I think experience can sometimes be detrimental. Sometimes knowing some people and owing people favors and having people that supported you, and now you have to make sure that you support them back, that could be detrimental sometimes. Sometimes having somebody that has zero ties, knows no one, could be an asset. And that's why I liked what Mr. Gennaro said. That's why he was my first pick. So plenty of people to choose from. If we're honestly trying to work together and compromise, I challenge everybody to think outside the box and throw out a name they haven't said yet.
Round 7.
Excuse me, may I ask a question? And I'm looking at all the names in my notes, but who is the 20-year-old student?
Mr. Kamenichi.
Mr. Cavanici. Okay. Maybe we really do need a fresh perspective up here. Who's it connected to anybody? I don't know.
Ms. Fargo Hefner,
Peter Malone.
Mr. Warren,
Paul Anthony.
Mr. Brown,
Gary Myers.
Mr. Giovanni,
William Kreisman.
oh, okay. Mr. Gofredo,
I'll support William Kreisman too.
Mr. Heckman,
Oh, Deb Hunter.
Ms. Keegan,
Paul Anthony.
Mr. Kraft.
Paul Anthony.
Okay, we have 3 for Mr. Anthony, 2 for Mr. Krisman, 1 for Mr. Milan, and 1 for Ms. Hunter.
I have a question for you. So if we were going to petition the court to make the decision, do we have to send all the names as a whole, or do we have the right to maybe make a motion to eliminate some names and just send like a certain amount forward? Are we allowed to do that?
If it goes to court, and this is not my first rodeo with this, as Mr. Kraft knows from the city of Bethlehem, the judge would make the decision. I would suggest that if we're now at an impasse, which we seem to be moving further apart, at least from my observation, that a motion to go to court may be appropriate at this point. We've tried as hard as we can, and it's getting more fragmented as we move ahead, as opposed to coalescing in some direction. We now have 4 candidates.
I thought we had more, wait.
But the answer to your question is that the petition would go to the court and all of the applications would be submitted to the court.
Right now, but 6 different names have been actually mentioned tonight that I think I got, no, 7, I lie.
Well, this is the last vote. There were 4.
Okay.
May I have a point of
Yes.
information? If I'm not mistaken, you would know, the court can pick any of the people that came here, or the court could pick anybody at all.
That's true.
The judge decides, as long as they fulfill the basic obligation in the charter, they can pick Mary Smalls or Joe Biggie from.
If they are a resident of the county, they can be appointed. The general qualification from the Home Rule Charter. It's section, I gave it to you in the memorandum.
Yeah.
Yeah, anybody can petition the courts with a name to be considered for the position.
And for fear of being known as the master of the obvious, when you go to court, it's like losing a settlement. You lose control. It then goes to a third-party arbiter, and you'll be stuck with that decision.
Madam President, I mean, I'm going to remain saying that I think Ms. Hunter is the best fit for the next 2 years. Having said that, even if we did another round, and I said, okay, I'll go with Mr. Anthony, because I agree, I think he'd do a great job. But I can see there is no path to a fifth vote. So I make a motion that we refer it to the judge. We're not going to get there.
I'll second that motion.
Call for discussion.
Hold on. We're allowed to entertain this, right? We're allowed to
No,
do it.
you called for discussion. These people should be heard on the motion in a second, absolutely.
Okay. I'm just saying we're allowed to have that. All right.
Yeah, sure.
Discussion on the motion to refer the decision to the judicial side.
Since I made it, if I may. I made it reluctantly. I made it reluctantly because I don't think there's a fifth vote for Mr. Anthony. And frankly, at this point, a fifth vote for anybody from us almost is tainted out of the gate. And I don't want that to happen. I don't want that hanging on the head of whoever comes in. And it's unfortunate that we've come to, I've been involved in this, I don't know how many times. I've said, of all the things I've done, that includes warehouses, which we don't ever really do. I hate, this is hard to do. It really is. And I can see, but we're not getting anywhere. So that's why I made the motion. If I thought there was a path, as they say, a path to victory, I would stay on that path, but I don't see it. I just don't see it, and I've seen a lot. That's why I'm doing it.
So I keep going back to this, the reasons why you want the 6 so that you could have a veto. If Mr. McClure gets his way, like you guys say, I heard 90%, I heard 98%, I've heard all these really high percents, it's not like the executive is so far-fetched that you guys really have to, worry about this. I mean, if you agree with him 90% of the time, like, what is this stronghold? What is this feeling that you guys, I don't know. I don't get it. I don't understand. Could someone try and explain it to me?
I love it.
Go ahead, Skippy. Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm going to try to answer this as honestly as possible, but even sometimes just speaking honestly, sometimes it offends people. My very first council meeting I came to, I'm a Republican, but I honestly don't see myself as very partisan. But I do fall in line with conservative thoughts of smaller government, more efficient government. I tend to think is a better thing. I think sometimes things can get too big and bloated, and you don't even know where the problems are because there's just too many moving parts. That was just my philosophy before I even got involved. COVID, I thought the handling from federal government to local government was just boggled. It was bad. So that was why I got involved. But COVID was over by the time I got involved. It was pretty, we still had our dividers up, but we were back in, and I had to remain objectionable and just sit here and listen to what the actual issues were at hand. I wasn't going to come up here and talking about things that happened a year ago. The very first meeting was when the health center was introduced. And I found it to be very, coincidental, I guess, because that was the exact opposite type of thing that I wanted to see with government. Growing more, adding more departments, adding more staff, having a bigger budget just to say we got more employees. Hey, the union wants it. Yeah, of course the union wants it. More union dues, more employees, more. But unfortunately, we have a budget that we can't even pay for half based on the county taxes that we bring in. We have to rely on state and federal taxes just to cover up. Our federal government is so far in debt, and that's where we get our money from. A federal government that can't pay their bills. State governments can't pay their bills. Where does it end? I'll tell you where it ends. People that are sitting here that are maybe in the sunset part of their life, a little older. I got young kids. I don't know what kind of world I'm going to leave them. It bothers me dearly, a lot. And the only thing I could do anymore is try to tune it all out, because it seems like the more I try to talk about it, the more people tell me to shut up. Yes, I think it's very important that we have responsible growth in this government, in our county. This doesn't seem responsible. What, our healthcare bills are going too high? Why are our healthcare bills going so high? What changed over the last 10 years, 12 years, that made healthcare so expensive that we were told it wouldn't? So yes, I don't accept the narrative that opening up a health center here would make healthcare costs here cheaper. I think we'll do the opposite. And I don't accept that narrative. So yes, I think the veto power is very important, because I don't think we need to accept certain narratives on their face value.
We're back to the discussion on the motion, please.
I agree with Ron's assessment that, there's a motion and a second on the floor. We're not going to come to a consensus. I mean, well, I don't know if you'll ever change your mind, or anybody would for Paul, or if we would change our mind for Peter Milan, whoever else was brought up. But I think at this point, the courts can decide. Everybody's, out of it, and what the courts do, the courts do. I mean, they don't want to do that. I'd love to see us get to a 5 or a 6 or a 7 or an 8-0 vote for somebody. But I don't think it's going to happen.
Could I be heard? I need to say something.
Yes.
It is my anticipation to not file the petition until the 30 days expires, because if you filed it, in my opinion, prior to the 30 days, it may be deemed premature by the court.
Right, now would be the 31st of the month, right? How did you calculate it, or is it the
Right.
1st of the month?
And I should let you know that I'm going to be out of commission starting tomorrow for about a week.
All right, well, you have somebody.
Would,
You have a second.
Mr. Spadoni, is there a way that we could petition the court to extend the vote? That we have 30 days?
No.
No.
The home rule charter is clear.
So we can't ask them to suspend the charter?
No. And you should also know that.
When's
if
the
I may add to
30th
that,
day,
in
exactly?
addition to the to the county council petitioning, 5 registered voters can petition as well.
5 registered voters can petition for somebody to be on. Or any member of council can petition for somebody to be picked. So he could put Deb Hunter in, and, we could put Paul in, and you could put Mr. Milan in, anybody from council can put in a suggestion for somebody.
But the judge can do what they want.
And oh, yeah, of course.
They
They're
don't
gonna do
need
what
it to
they
be
want.
submitted. They can
Yeah,
say
they're gonna do
somebody
what they want.
they know
Absolutely.
from up the line.
I can't hear you. No, detrimental.
And on my motion, like I said, I would prefer not to do it, but I do think, though, yes, well, why can't people change their mind or do something? As I said, I agree with the executive on most issues. But, and I don't know who's going to vote for a veto and who's not going to vote to override. But it is a critical power, and I can see why people would be concerned. If somebody who sits on council actually believes that they'll never, you've basically taken your powers and pretty much chopped them in half. I mean, the executive and I are frank with each other, and you heard me with Mr. Barron. I just get on Mr. Barron a lot because I just get on Mr. Barron. But anyway, we disagree sometimes, not so much with the product, but with the policy of selling it. For example, like the health center, I don't think it's a terrible idea. I totally don't agree with the money thing. It's like this company's come along, and I don't want to get into that, but I can see why he did it. I think the numbers aren't real. They're all hypothetical, and well, it's been proven. Nothing's proven. So sometimes the presentation, and sometimes, as I said about respect, if you want respect, you've got to give respect. And at times I feel the respect, and I'm just speaking for what I think might be going on here. There isn't a sense that there's the respect there. We are a co-equal branch of government. We have a right to disagree. We have a right to disagree, like with warehouses. There's nobody in government sitting in this building that knows more than Mr. Pector about what he can do with a 300,000 square foot, where it's called a warehouse, but it's a building. Maybe he'll have 5 companies in it, maybe he won't. But I don't know, and I'm waiting, we're gonna have more debates on that for sure. But I may change my vote on that. But I'm just sensing, and the reason I'm putting this forward is, this impasse, you know what, I should have seen it coming. And that's why I said I don't want to drag the good people who came in into this morass. We can always then blame the judge. So that's it. That's all I have to say.
You should call for the vote.
Call for the vote on the motion.
Mr. Heckman,
Yes.
Mr. Kraft,
Yes.
Mr. Warren,
Yes.
Mr. Giovanni,
No.
Mr. Gofredo,
No.
Ms. Keegan,
Yes.
Ms. Fargo Hefner,
No.
Mr. Brown.
No.
Fails by a
Fails.
vote of 4 to 4.
All right.
Tell you why, I have a question for you, Mr. Heckman.
Yes.
You're the one advocating for Ms. Hunter.
Yes.
And I asked Mr. Spadoni if I'd be allowed to bring them up to speak, and he advised against it, and I think I don't want to bring them into this mess. Tell me why you believe that she'd be the most effective member to sit here. Do some advocacy for me, because, she said good things, and she was at the top of my list last night. I had about 5 or 6 at the top.
All right.
But there were maybe 1 or 2 things that I didn't hear, that if you could advocate for her, I might be
All right.
willing to
I'm gonna
change my vote.
I'm going to advocate without casting aspersions on anyone else who
Thank you.
put their name in.
I appreciate that so much.
I brought up the elections. I have said that I don't believe there's any bad people involved. There was no intent to deceive. There was none of that. So I don't buy into that national narrative. It was a mistake, pure and simple. The mistake happened twice in a few years. And I said, we can call it clerical, we can call it whatever we want. But if I'm a guy walking in the polling booth, or a woman, I just see it as, what the hell's going on? Is my vote counting? Because they're being told by leaders of both parties, depending on who's winning across the country, they're cheating you, they're cheating you, they're cheating you. And I believe next year that's going to be a topic, and the executive knows it's going to be a topic. No matter what we do, we're going to have people coming in, filling the place, and everybody has a right, and you just come on. But I've seen the fights that go on in here and the arguments. None of them have come to the 9/11 point yet, where we have to have sheriffs all over. But the thing is, the 911, I should say, not 9/11. But I just believe that Ms. Hunter, she's a Democrat. Obviously, she's a woman. Not that that should matter, but you brought that up, Mr. Kraft, that she's a Democrat, and I brought up that she's a woman. I thought, following your rationale to its logical conclusion, I thought she would be best suited to take Ms. Zirinsky's place. When Ms. Zirinsky and I ran in 2017, I was the top vote getter. But she was the top vote getter when we ran in 21. No, I ran in 2021 for re-election to this.
Ms. Zirinsky, you're saying at the top.
Let's forget controller. I'm talking about council. I could care less about what a controller candidate gets because it has no reflection on council. They're technically independent according to the charter. We'll see. But the thing is, I just think that she could come in. She's not anti Mr. McClure. She argued that she wanted write-in ballots. Well, that's one voice, or written paper ballots, because she was concerned. And I was sitting here throughout that entire process. I voted for the machines that were recommended by the administration and by the the Election Commission. And I still have confidence to a degree. I told the vice president, it's like baseball. You've had 2 strikes. One more strike, you're out as far as I'm concerned. And she was willing to stand up on that. She was willing to, because there were barbs thrown, hard barbs, but you should pick this. That's terrible. You don't want that. And look, this is politics, even at the local level. I give a lot of credit to Mr. McClure. He's very good at politics. He's very good at what he does, and he plays hardball. There's nothing wrong with that. I can respect that. And you've got to be able to handle that. And you've got to be able to deal with some, let's just say, tough discussions back and forth. You heard me with Mr. Barron. I love Steve Barron. I love the way he throws penalty flags at high school football games. But sometimes he can get a little bit full of himself sometimes with explanations, as though he's explaining it to some professional board. But
Mr. Heckman,
why?
why her? I don't care about Mr. Barron. I know him as well as you do.
It's a synopsis.
Yeah, stick to her. Help me out here.
All right.
It's late.
So in relation to Ms. Hunter, I think, A, she can get along with everybody despite personality conflicts that may arise, because I've seen her in action. I ran with her. She got a lot of votes, and she understands a very vital function of the county. And she, I think, would be independent. I think at times she would say, yes, what the executive wants is absolutely the best way to go. But she wouldn't be afraid to question him. She wouldn't be afraid to have a strong debate with him. And at times she'd probably say no. No. I think she's knowledgeable. I think she checks the boxes for me. And no one recommended her to me. So that was another plus in her feather in her cap. So that's why I think that she would come in, and to my Republican colleagues, I would say, you would get a very fair representation of what you would want to hear. I ran with her. I heard her campaign. I thought she was too liberal for my feelings, but she's older now, who knows? But anyway, but overall, I think she is very balanced.
Only he can say that.
I don't know that you're doing the best sales job here, but go ahead.
What I'm saying
I
is,
almost wish I could have let her come back up.
what I'm saying is, she's a human being. She's registered Democrat. I believe she believes in Democratic Party principles. Hey, look, I registered Democrat in 1970. I worked in the government campaign, and I've been told I'm a Dino. So it's gotten all fluffy today. It doesn't mean anything. So the thing is, I think she would be honest, direct, straightforward. She'd do what she believes in, and I believe she would be a great compromise candidate for the doubting people up here and for the people who are convinced of other things. That's why I put her forward. I think she's a highly qualified, respected member of the community and her party. That's it.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Brown.
And I'd like to advocate on behalf of William Kresman. There are a number of great candidates out here, but with the impasse that we've reached, I think whoever you're reaching into, there's any relationships to any members or parties and so on and so forth becomes a block right now. Just we've become polarized to a degree. No disrespect to your advocacy for Ms. Hunter or even Mr. Anthony. But someone like William Kresman comes from an unquestionable background, FBI, DEA, a political corruption investigation. I found him extremely grounded. He does not, at least at first pass, would be persuaded by the emotional banter that has taken place this evening. So I would be willing to support someone like a nomination of someone like a William Kresman.
Mr.
Madam
Warren.
President, just everything that you said, Mr. Heckman, with regard to Ms. Hunter, aside from the gender aspect of it, that's why I'm supporting Paul Anthony. I just wanted to throw that out there. But I do believe he's more qualified for this position. We go back to what he said yesterday, talking about practical growth, smart growth, wanting an attractive business environment, a stable tax base, and aside from what we've seen on his resume, incredibly qualified. And it's exactly what you said about Ms. Hunter, and I respect her very much in the work she's done in the community. That's why I'm supporting Paul Anthony as well.
If I may, I'm not degrading anybody's picks here. I didn't
think you were.
in any way. I mean, I know Paul Anthony. I said I could switch my vote to Paul Anthony and we'll be 4-4 until maybe 2 in the morning until somebody passes out. So the thing is, though, I don't know what to say.
I was explaining why I'm continually voting for Paul Anthony.
I mean, I didn't even get into the party thing. I mean, Mr. Kraft got into the party thing when he said, you know, it has to be in the 34,000 and all that other stuff. I agree in principle that it probably should be a Democrat. I don't even know. I don't know, Mr. Kesman. I don't know what. Maybe that's what the judge can do here. They won't bother to check into register. Who knows? But I appreciate that. I respect Mr. Anthony. I'm sure he could come on and do a great job, and I could be his 4th vote, and that's not going to get him anything. And even if he gets a 5th vote, I feel bad for the guy. I mean, because he's going to come on and immediately be labeled. And I can see where this is going. I've been down this road many times, and that's why I did what I did. I respect what you do. I respect everybody's opinion up here. I always have. I've just been in this rodeo so long, and I've fallen off the horse so many times that I sort of have a good sense of what might be going on and what might not be going on.
I don't want to pretend to be an idealist, but I voted no on the motion because I do think it would be, not only is it our duty, but I think it'd be a good step forward for this council if we were able to come to the conclusion ourselves. So I'm not going to hold us hostage here and keep voting no to that motion all night long. But I did want to give it one more shot. So, Mr. Warren, do you have a second pick that you would recommend?
Yes.
You do?
Yeah.
Care to share?
It would be Vanessa.
She was on the last, I left early, I watched the video at the end. She was one of the last
Yes.
people to speak, correct? Thank you.
Ready to call for another vote?
On the candidates? Okay.
Mr. Warren,
Paul Anthony.
Mr. Brown,
William Chrisman.
Mr. Giovanni,
William Kresman.
Mr. Gofredo,
William Chrisman.
Mr. Heckman,
Deb Hunter for now.
Ms. Keegan. Paul Anthony. Mr. Kraft,
Paul Anthony.
Ms. Fargo Hefner.
Deb Hunter.
Okay, we've got 3 for Mr. Anthony, 3 for Mr. Cressman, 2 for Ms. Hunter.
Slight progress.
How many hours you got?
I'm here for the duration.
Me too.
I'm falling asleep.
Well, you better get some coffee.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. Speaking of coffee, I'm going to refresh mine. Hot water.
How about a 5-minute recess? Yeah.
They got some equipment in, so, my guess is you're gonna start to sell construction. And I mean, like, construction.
Yes, it is.
So they're
This is completely ridiculous. Yeah. I like how we're the partisans.
So.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And now some of our guys are Dixie certified.
Yeah.
Dixie certification. So since they.
Oh, thanks.
Since they like pulled tiles out, redone all the wiring here, they haven't pulled these tiles out. When you have some meetings where you see the wall, you know what I mean, depending on what's going on. I mean, I know it doesn't apply to you, but what so basically, you know, that's what they're working on right now. I know Mike ordered a bunch of stuff. I'm not sure where the encumbrances came in.
Go back to the election commission.
But yeah, no. So the big thing, no, I know. Well, the big thing today was getting certificates right for the website. There were some linkages.
No, I was the lawyer, I was the solicitor, county solicitor.
So it's only gonna be. The county's on it, but I haven't loaded it. So there are certain things, so like your meeting minutes come back to that part, but you've got years worth of meeting minutes. So there's a thing called resources where that all gets dumped into and then it prompts you. That's where it comes from. I'm gonna tell them. No problem.
Did you really? You know, when it's better.
Yeah, no. It's we were gonna do a mass upload, but until they went into.
My wife goes, are they all gonna be like this?
My wife
She goes, are they all gonna be like this? She goes, this is your second one.
Well, the one thing that I said, this is my 36th year working for the county, my 47th year of being a municipal. Well, I also don't have to respect Upper Mount Bethel Township. I'd have to stand up now, there'd be a fight. I'd say, sit down, or you're gonna get me.
Yeah.
Sit down.
One of my staff members of the same group. So it's
Automatically. I was looking at that.
it's easy to do that.
No, here's what it says. County council fails to appoint individual to fill a vacancy with
Exactly.
actively serves the vacancy. The court upon.
No, I didn't work it. Actually,
I was gonna do it in Lori's.
Well, I went to the EIWAs last year, the final round, and I'm debating my nephew who wrestles for the Bulldog. He take him to Buck now. And I'm like, there's no day. I'm such a.
Don't say you're coming to this.
Really want to go. And so, and now he's got this national champion.
Tell me to file.
He is sixth grade. So now he's bugging me because he just found out in 2025 the national championships are.
Or any 5 registered.
Well, Penn's hosting them at Wachovia Center. So he said, I want to go to Wachovia Center. I said, well, in 2025, I think it's
Only has 15 days to do it.
I'm not in that. They probably asked me what
Having a good time on it.
basketball and wrestling. They said, oh, you should wrestling.
Yeah, but I think because it started on the 2nd, so I think 30 days from there, I think, but I'm not.
They really did.
29 days in January and 1 day in February.
What I want,
Wrestling, they've never seen that.
what I want is to try to get it to the
I was
February.
like, I'll be back.
Yeah, my Temple,
It's supposed to
Temple
start about
canceled,
2
I
or
just
3, I think,
messaged my
right?
kid, there's no school at Temple, it's virtual
Yeah, but I
at
think it
Temple.
starts around 2 or 3 o'clock.
Well, when a university
I might as well just stay here then, because I gotta be here tomorrow morning.
in case anybody accused me of texting.
I have accounts that I'm accused of using all the time. I don't. No, but, you know, whatever. You gotta go in survival mode, you know? Nazareth.
Oh, yeah, I saw, like, that's the first thing. 5 minutes. Yep.
Oh, man. I'm a stubborn Dutchman. What do you want? That's how I was brought up. The harder you push, the harder I dig in. What am I not telling you? I said to this guy, she's not going to raise taxes. Nobody's going to raise taxes. Probably never open. Very So I'm not. When I so I'm not a captain. I will say nobody's going to get fired. Many of them don't. Right. Right. You know what? I would let it. This is one of the hardest things we ever do. So I would let it roll for a bit. Let it roll for a bit. Have another. And then. What would you be? Oh, no,
And I just don't really want to see.
government by threat will never work for me. Government by threat is, people threaten me, but I would tell her that I'd do it once more. So have discussion, and then after that, have it one more, and then decide if we just want to call it. So 2 votes. Yeah, what's happening?
Okay, thank you. Calling back to order.
I could see that.
What round are we on, just for the sake of?
State, I've never really.
Oh, 6, 8, round 9.
This would be round
It
9.
happens.
Okay. Let's go for another vote.
Mr. Brown.
William Creswell.
Get my paper together.
Mr. Giovanni.
William Creswell.
Mr. Gofredo.
William Kresman.
Mr. Heckman.
Deb Hunter.
Ms. Keegan. Mr. Kraft.
Paul Anthony.
Ms. Fargo Hefner.
Deb Hunter.
Mr. Warren.
Paul Anthony.
3 for Mr. Kresman, 2 for Deb Hunter, and 3 for Mr. Anthony.
I'll open it up for a second round of discussion.
We're clearly going to need a compromise candidate. And it's frightening to me that at this early stage for this is a difficult thing, that we haven't been able to even consider compromise. I know a few names have been thrown in, I get that, but it's like boom, boom, boom. And we're not even discussing other possibilities. I mean, I'm willing to, like I said, I'm willing to move off Ms. Hunter, even though I think it's a mistake. But even if I went for Paul, that's 4. And there's obviously strong feelings. And I don't think, we're going to get to the 5th. So that's all I'm going to say. That's why and also I'm an old Dutchman. So that's why I'm sticking to Deb Hunter.
Madam
Mr.
President?
Warren?
I'm not sure why there is a philosophy that Paul Anthony wouldn't be objective on this council. I really don't know, based on his resume, who he has worked with over many years, the boards, the executive committees, working with the Lehigh Valley business community. I know there's this narrative, I think, that goes on behind the scenes, but at the end of the day, he's a gentleman that wants to do the best for this county, and he has worked with various entities across various industries. And I'm not sure why there's a thought process that he wouldn't be objective in that seat over there.
Madam President?
Yes.
I want to make the point that you yourself are in the newspapers as being quoted that you would want somebody in the seat that has county experience. Mr. Anthony has put his time in. He put his time in on these committees, and he deserves this. He is experienced, and he has made the dedication for this county, being on all these committees. He's the best for this position.
Ms. Hefner, I'd like to say that just by being on the chair, on the governing board of the Chamber of Commerce, is that what it is? I can't remember. That alone, I mean, you know, as a union labor rep on the Chamber of Commerce board, I mean, that's got to speak volumes to everybody about how he can work bipartisanly. I mean, I also belonged to the Chamber of Commerce when I was a business agent for the Painters Union. And we've done a lot of work, and we've done a lot of good things with many, many contractors, be it we're building trades contractors. We're not into the other union trades. We're building trades. We build things. And being involved in the Chamber of Commerce, I mean, you know, when we first got involved, oh my God, why would a union person want to be here? We wanted to be there because we wanted to work with the contractors. We wanted to, you know, we have a service that we could show, and we wanted to work with them. And I think the Electricians Union has been very successful in working with all kind of contractors, anyone out there. You know, most contractors hire the electricians from the union hall if they want to have their job done right. So, I mean, he's shown that's as bipartisan as you can get. If you can get in the Chamber of Commerce and you can, you know that's a certain kind of organization, it's a business organization like the ABC or anything else, he's talking to all those people. He works with all those kind of people all the time. And, you know, that goes against what your preconceived ideas of a union business agent is, I know, because it doesn't make sense. I mean, you know, in most big cities, like, what the heck are you doing on the Chamber of Commerce? Lehigh Valley's Chamber of Commerce is one of the biggest in the country. It's growing with Mr. Anthony's help. So many, many more members, and it keeps growing. And I just think that shows right there. I mean, yeah, I'm stuck on Paul. I'm not going to pick anybody else. I mean, I had a friend here who came up who was very good, firefighter. I would, you know, he would be my second, but I think Paul can do the job. I know Paul can do the job, not that I think. I mean, Lori and I sat on the bridge, I call it the Bridge Commission all the time, because that's all it became, was bridges when we were on there, because they got into a thing that we had to fix that whole thing, and he did a great job. He chairs that. You know, that was working with everybody too, contractors, everything. So, again, I mean, it doesn't look like we're gonna get anywhere. I'd hate to have the courts do it like Mr. Spadoni and I talked about. I mean, they take the choice away. But I really think you're doing yourself a disservice by not changing your vote to Paul, because I think he'd be great over there. And he will argue with me too. I mean, he'll tell me, put me in my place. If he has a different opinion, he's got no problem. I sat on building trades with him for years, and, you know, people have different ideas. He's not afraid to say it. And you can see, you know, by the way he carries himself. Thank you.
Anyone else? Mr. Gafredo?
I've alluded to it before, and I don't want to come out and say it. And I said already, Mr. Anthony, never met him before, presented himself like a gentleman. I believe he is qualified to serve on this council, no doubt. But I do have reasons to believe that an influence would be too heavily pushed in one direction. And I'm going to stick with that. So for all sakes, this conversation, I'm not going to be voting for Paul Anthony. Not personal reason, but for strictly what I believe is the right thing to do. I thought John Cusick would be the best person for this job. John Cusick served on this board for a very long time, and like I said 1,000 times, I could care less about political parties. I've talked more probably with Lori, not even about politics, but just about life, since I've been on this board more than anybody else. But John Cusick, who I'm pretty sure voted against one of the ordinances I presented that meant the most to me, I didn't rule that against him. I thought he stick to his own opinion. He made good decisions, and he's one of the best financial minds this county has. And I think that's one of the most important things we need. I need somebody that's looking over that. So I'm going to be next round going for John Cusick under the understanding that he would serve if he was nominated.
Anyone else? Mr. Hackman?
I have a feeling my thoughts of compromising are out the window. I don't, we can all go around again and constantly pound on why we think this person or that person is the best and why they're more qualified than the next guy. The charters, hell, they're all qualified. I mean, like I said, I serve on the board with Paul, and I've known Paul before that. I'm not as worried, but I'm not going to disparage. I mean, it's almost like we're disparaging other people in some ways. There's a fear from, I'm sure, Republicans that Paul, being a large labor leader, would lean that way. But, I mean, he does work with the chamber, and actually that would go against me because I don't trust the chamber as far as I could throw this place. At the end of the day, no matter what they say, Tony can jump up and dance and scream all he wants and do his TV show, but it's always going to be pro-business. I mean, the questions are leading. He's a master entertainer. But at the end of the day, I know where they make nice with the local unions and that, but at the end, that they go where they want to go. So I haven't seen our local influence the national in one sense in 25 years, no matter how big they get. But I mean, and look, you have a right to vote and say, hey, this person's the best. They're great in my mind. Again, in my mind, they're the best. I think it's disservice to some of the other people that, like, they're not. I mean, we have the lawyer that came up. We could certainly use a lawyer up here because we're often told what we want to do is illegal. You want to do illegal stuff. You guys can't do that. You didn't read section blah, 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 blah. And we get into this old Bill Clinton thing of, well, it depends on what the definition of is. And you know, we go back and forth on that, and it makes me crazy. But, you know, I mean, there's the spirit of the law, and then there's the word. And unfortunately, we get caught up in the word too often. And it might be good to have another lawyer on council. I don't know. But, I mean, it's clear to me, but I don't care. We can do this forever. Paul's not going to get the fifth vote.
Until the snow comes.
Sorry, Paul. And in fairness to my Republican colleagues, whether I agree with them or disagree with them, and Mr. JP knows that I'm very much not a pro-big business guy. Ronald Reagan's photo does not appear anywhere in my home. And neither does ex-President Trump. But I mean, what I'm seeing is they're willing to compromise. And I mean, we could stick to our guns. It's going to end up in a judge making the decision. And maybe the judge will pick Mr. Anthony. And if they do, I'll go like this. Maybe they'll pick the lawyer. If they do, I'll go like this. But I mean, I just don't see at 10 o'clock, we can do this over and over again. But I guess, you know, you're proving something to Paul. I think you've shown your hard support. Like I said, I can give him a vote, and that's 4. But he's not going to get the 5th. I like to look at reality. And pounding and pounding and pounding and pounding on people, I mean, at least in my case, it's never worked. That's why I've had some arguments with different people. They come up and say, you don't understand, you don't understand. Well, immediately I do understand. I understand that you want to convince me and tell me that if I don't agree with you, I'm wrong. I get it. But
Well, no, you've got the floor.
Well, no, I don't know. I mean, Mr. Bishop Kraft's chomping at the bit
Yeah,
there.
but he can chomp all he
I'm
wants.
sure he has something much more important to say than I do.
Are you conceding, Mr. Heckman?
I just want to say that as opposed to dogged voting for Mr. Anthony, my vote is not opposed to Mr. Anthony. And he is a good man. Mr. McClure's put him on numerous boards. And I know the one I'm with Mr. Anthony on, he does a great job. And I've heard he does a great job as chair of the GPA. So, I mean, and I think he sincerely, I've talked to him, he sincerely wants to do this job. And I don't think he'd be an automatic yes or no vote. But I am concerned that a little bit, because I've been around a long time, that we don't see the veto as an override, as an important part of our ability on council. It is a critical item that we have at our disposal. Otherwise, I've often said, I'll go along with what old Mr. Jim Hemstreet said. But he was the original commissioner, and what he said was, other than pass a budget, this charter, and it was changed, you might as well just go home and come and pass the budget and go home, because the executive has more power. And over the years, the executive branch has glommed more and more and more and more. It's not Mr. McClure's fault. It's been going on for years. It's been going on for years. I saw it during the Graysdale debate. The nonsense that was being spewed by the Sell Graysdale people, 30% tax increase. There's never a 30% tax increase. But that's what the executive at the time said, and one of the council, you're going to get a 30% tax increase if you keep it. Well, no, not at all. There's no 30% tax increase. We're not going to get a tax increase. Mr. McClure is not going to be offering, I can tell you this, I can't say much, but I'm going to predict the future here, Mr. Kraft. Mr. McClure is not going to give us a tax increase budget within the next 2 years. That I'm almost willing to bet the ranch on. And since I don't have one, it's a safe bet. But the thing is, no one council person is going to come in and raise taxes. That's what I love about council. That's why I love legislatures. They try, but no one person can take control and say, as opposed to the executive branch, again, all executives, the policies you get are what the executive wants. You served in administration, Mr. Kraft, you know that. I served in an administration, I know that. I could lie and say, oh, no, I get that. No, the word comes down, and that's what it is, pure and simple. This branch of government, we don't do things fast for a reason, because we're a group of individuals who have to come together and weigh different perspectives and different opinions, and that's what makes us great, and that's what I love. And that's the part I'll miss when I'm gone from this branch of government. But I'm a legislative person, pure and simple, and I want to see how the legislature works the best, and that's always my interest. The executive branch can take care of itself. They have more influence and power than you'll ever have. But I look to this. This is what I look at. So, I mean, again, I could say other things, but we get into then attacking or making, I don't want to disparage anybody that put their name in. You're all fine people. You all took the time. I think it's wonderful. And we don't know what anybody's like until they sit up here, and then we find out. I'm done. I defer to Mr. Kraft and his wisdom.
If he asks me.
I think he still wants.
May I speak?
Yes. Just
Okay,
another man.
so you said that, McClure put Paul on all these committees. We put Paul on all these committees. Council has to appoint or approve every
we
appointment.
approve.
Right.
I wasn't a slur.
No, it's not a slur, and don't take it as a slur.
Well, I know where
I'm-
the intent is.
Let
I
him
know you
talk.
said. I know you said.
We appointed Paul to all these committees. I wasn't on here for 5 years. Somebody appointed him committees. I wasn't here. Council did.
I voted for him.
McClure recommends, county appoints, okay? So, in that fact, and you want a spirit of compromise, well, if you did vote for Paul, then it would be 4. Then we don't have to wait around for another 4 hours till we get one more, and then we'll be done, and we can all go home. You can compromise and say, Paul Anthony, vote for that. That's 4 votes now. Keep saying I have 4. I'm not opposed to Paul. So if we have 4, then we can keep going around and around till we get our 5th.
May I ask?
We may get closer.
Wait, let him
I'm sorry.
talk.
We may get
Do you
closer.
really
So-
think the bullying tactic will work with these people? It doesn't work anymore.
I don't
They're
know
gonna
what you're
stick to
talking about bullying tactics. I'm asking you
We'll
to
go
vote.
forever until Paul gets the fifth.
No.
The poor guy's already in a wash basket before he even gets a fifth
Both
vote.
of you, both of you.
Well, I mean, this
I
is
get it,
the
but stop.
intimidation game, and you
Stop.
did this before,
I know.
Kenny. You're
I
still doing it.
I understand. He has the right to
I know.
say what he has to say.
But I mean, you could change your vote too.
I didn't give up the floor yet, Ron. All I said was, you could compromise, and it'll be 4, and then we can go on from there. That's all I
all
said.
compromise.
You just took it a different way like you did with Barron.
Get it, rope
Thank you.
from me.
Madam President?
Yes, ma'am.
So you say we could compromise, but Mr. Anthony was approved by the board, like Mr. Kraft said. He has served on these boards. He has the experience. He has shown his dedication. And I kind of feel like it's almost insulting that you just automatically are assuming things about us. You're assuming that we're going to
You're looking
not
at me. I don't
not
assume
you,
anything.
not, I just glanced at you. I won't, all right, I won't look.
Well, I get glanced at when
Ron.
people talk old.
Mr. Heckman, look over here.
The assumption that
Time's about
we
18.
are just rubber stamps is, I don't know where that came from. I really don't. I was elected to represent the people that put me here, not to be a rubber stamp. And I don't know, a lot of people know that I have my own mind, and I am not a pushover. That's just not my personality. So for people here to assume that we wouldn't do the right thing, it's just kind of insulting. Mr. Anthony was approved by people on the board, and he has shown his dedication. He has the experience, and I can't change my vote. I can't compromise, because compromising for you to assume something about me, it feels wrong.
Mr. Gafredo.
You're not doing a very good job of convincing us that you don't have an agenda when I think we've thrown out 5, 6 different names, got 3 or 4 votes. I am willing to compromise. You said you're not willing to compromise. Well, then I make a motion that this goes to the courts, because I could do math and we're not going to get there. And it's not making it seem like we have a very good ability to work together on council if that's how everything is going to go, where it's like I'm sticking to my guns, they're sticking to theirs. So regardless of how this goes, it looks like it's pretty obvious the direction it's going in. I just want to say that I'm willing to vote for 6 or 7 different candidates. I understand that Mr. Anthony is more than qualified. I agree that there's a number of people here that are more than qualified. We've said it over and over again. The problem is, the reason why I'm trusting my gut is because everything that you're the only 3 that haven't given anybody else up. So I don't think that I'm wrong when I think to myself, boy, they want a 4th person, and then we'll never be able to have an opinion that goes against what the administration wants. I think that's important. I think that's why we're here.
So we should compromise.
So that's where I'm at. That's where I'm talking. And I think that if we go further in this conversation, we need to hear another name. Otherwise, I make a motion to go to the courts.
Is that a motion?
I'll make a
Wait,
motion.
Are you making it, or are you going to let me?
I'll make a motion.
All right, motion is made.
Second it.
Kraft seconds. Discussion on the motion. I would like to try one more round and then go to the motion, but if we're going to vote, we have to vote on it, so,
Discussion on the motion, correct?
yes, we're at discussion on the motion.
Madam President,
Yes, sir.
do you have, I would go another round if you believe that there's something different that would come about.
I'm not sure that there is. I know what I'm willing to do, and I know what I'm not willing to do. And I don't feel compelled to have to go any further than I have. I'm trying to Bend, I've already moved off I said the first person out of the gate. I kept that how many rounds? I tried another person, and now I'm trusting my colleague, who I've trusted since we ran together the very first time, that he thinks that Ms. Hunter would be the right addition to this board. And that, the things that he knows that I value, he's saying, she's got it. So I'm willing to bend and go with the guy that I trust on that matter. I don't not trust you guys. I don't know Mr. Crispin as well, and I probably won't be able to pronounce his name for 2 more years, but that's not why I wouldn't pick him. I just am gonna, and it's not a DNR thing. It's not, because I don't even know what party he is. I don't care about that. What I'm tired of is the threats and the bullying and the name calling and the BS, which I promised I'd never say it out loud, but I'm so dang close because it's after 10 o'clock, that has gone on with this whole process. And this people has spoken crap. Some of these people never run for office. She did. Gary did. Mr. Dewey did. There's a few people that have. So they get a little further up on the ladder than I do, because they actually have been down the road. Mr. Anthony I like. Mr. Anthony I've spoken to. I serve on a board with him. The reason I'm not switching my vote to Mr. Anthony is because some people that are friends with Mr. Anthony have influenced me the wrong way. And so when it comes to the end tonight, that I won't be the 5th vote for him, and if you all vote for him, I still won't, because I shouldn't be threatened by who I should vote for. That's not how this works, and he knows that, and I think he and I are okay with that. And I think there's other people out there who are like, she's got it coming. Oh, well, bring it. But you just screwed your friend. I like him. I think he's talented. I think he's a great guy. I wish he was up here than some other people, but he's not. Maybe he'll run again, and I'll sit with him every week on the GPA when I have to, and other boards too, but no more threats, no more BS. I'm done.
We're discussing the motion.
Yes, I'm still discussing. Thank you.
And
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know.
I was in my discussion part of it. I'm just done. Why? I'm so done with that question too. Because I have a right to vote. I have the right to think the way I think. You've said it. How do you say it? There's 9 of us up here. Well, right now there's 8. And 8 of us get to have our opinion till the end of time. So that's where I'm at.
I wish we had a 9th now. Can I be recognized?
Yes, you can. Unless, did I take it from you? I'm
Well, I
sorry.
was just going to say, I'm willing to vote no on my own motion if,
No, I'll stay open on the discussion part.
yeah, I'll even withdraw the motion. I'm willing to try something different, see if it gets some different results. And I really, I'll stay here late. I don't care. I would love to see council make this decision. I would hate to see it go to the courts.
I agree, but if we have to, because I'm being totally as transparent as I can be. Yes?
Did you withdraw the motion?
No.
Yeah,
no,
I withdrew my
did you?
motion.
So there's no more discussion?
No, he
You
didn't.
either withdraw, you were the second.
No, I want the motion to stand and I want to vote on it.
So then we're still in discussion.
Wait, if he withdraws, I know what you're saying, Chris, but what happens then when the
withdraws
sponsor withdraws it?
He needs an agreement of the second, but he can make a motion for the vote again.
Okay.
Do another round.
We're still in discussion? Oh, wait, we're not. We're doing another round.
I'm going to let you have a chance to speak.
Thank you, ma'am.
I don't know where we're at, but are we, is it withdrawn or not?
Yeah, it's withdrawn.
I'm not going to give Mr. Heckman the floor.
Chris and I have talked over the years many times, because I actually on the redevelopment authority with Chris. I don't know how long we'll be on. I've been on that darn thing for 30 years. But I actually feel, I really do. Some people say I talk too much, but at least you know where I'm coming from. I'm not sitting back and pretending. Mr. Anthony, there's no question about his abilities. There's no question about how well he would do the job, in my mind. But this has become this weird thing now, and I fear when these things happen. And what I've been hearing is he's been put in such a hard position, and I could vote for him, and somebody could change their vote, say, well, good, you compromise. And the people that wanted this from the beginning will tip their hands, say, yeah, we have another political victory. And I've said to Chris, so many times when we've had things up here, it's been about political victories and about, it's like a courtroom. And we become more like, if I don't win, I lose. And if you win, I lost. There's no nuance. There's no compromise. It's just confront, confront, change the topic if you don't like where it's going. If Paul gets the fifth vote, he comes up. Well, it could be looked at as a victory by some people right out of the gate. Well, we stuck there. This poor guy, he's going to live with this in the sense that it's not a victory for him because he's going to have this over his head. I mean, I'll be honest with you. You gave him your votes. You were faithful to Paul, and I think that's wonderful. But you can throw it to the courts, but part of the problem is, and you said, well, he's the most experienced. No, he's not. He's very experienced. I like Paul. We talk a lot. But there are not people that are experienced here. I just don't know. I feel bad for the guy. If he gets a fifth vote tonight at 10:20 or whatever the hell happens, it's going to be tainted. If the courts appointed him, I'd be thrilled. I'd push past you guys and run up and shake his hand because, you know, he's a good guy. But I mean, now it's gotten to a point where it's become dogmatic. And I mean, we're repeating the things. I could repeat the things same night I said about Ms. Hunter. Boom, boom, boom. She's actually served on board. Fine, but you know, it's tough. I hate to see this. We're not even past the second meeting of council. And the heels are dug in, and we all have our reasons for digging in our heels. But at some point, you got to ask yourself, why? Other than my person's better than your person. Why? Why? And that's my concern. That's all. I feel bad for the man. I really do. And me changing my vote won't change that.
Let's go one more round.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. William Freeman. Fremont.
Presman. Mr. Grofado.
John Cusick. Mr. Spadoni, I'm able to nominate somebody that didn't apply, correct?
Sure. There are very limited qualifications, and they're in my memo. You need to reside in the county, you need to be a citizen.
Mr. Heckman. Ron?
I'm thinking.
Oh.
I'm thinking.
Ms. Keegan. Paul Anthony. Mr. Kraft. Ms. Fargo Hefner.
Deb Hunter.
Mr. Warren.
Paul Anthony.
Mr. Brown.
John Cusick.
Mr. Heckman.
Still going to be 4. Deb Hunter.
We've got 3 for Mr. Anthony, 2 for Mr. Kuzic. Huh? 2 for Mr. Kuzic. 1 for, and 2 for Ms. Hunter. And 1 for William Kresman.
Sure.
Madam President.
Yes,
I'm
sir.
sorry. I nominated John Cusick, and I've asked him if he would serve if he was nominated, and he did say he would. For the sake of this conversation, I challenge anybody to prove that they're more qualified than John Cusick. I challenge anybody to prove that John Cusick has any partisanship at all. I think he's one of the most level-headed, balanced, and quite frankly, the most knowledgeable, maybe short of Mr. Heckman, council member that served.
Don't bring me into this. I blasted on social media.
I think I've said it before and I'll say it again, there are plenty of qualified people in this room. Unfortunately, it's hard to advocate for some people that I've never met before to know truly their capabilities, their intentions, their agendas. I'm not saying anybody has any, but I do know with Mr. Cusick, you have a fair person that's on council. You have somebody that understands how this county works, somebody that understands the home rule charter and the administrative code front and back, somebody that understands the finances in this county better than people that probably run them. So I think Mr. Cusick is a good compromise. I understand Democrats will feel like they'll get flack if they vote for a Republican. I find that, like I said, to be the reason why this country is so divided, because we think partisanship matters more than content, character, and ability. So I do think Mr. Cusick will do a fantastic job, just like he did in the previous 16 years or how many ever years he served here. And like I said, I challenge anybody to give me a reason why he wouldn't be perfectly qualified.
Can I speak? So you and Mr. Cusick put on the ballot the referendum question for term limits. You supported that. And one of your reasons was to give other people a chance. The people spoke when they voted. They voted for it. Mr. Cusick has been on the board for 16 years, 4 terms. So, like, that goes against what you've done. I'm not done.
Oh, it doesn't.
And as for us giving up a person who has dedicated themselves to many, many committees and who deserves this appointment, and for you to want us to compromise because of your thought that we're rubber stamps, if you want to compromise, compromise among yourselves. And then you, the 5 of you, can make a compromise and put somebody on this board.
Madam President, may I respond briefly?
Yes.
The voting limit, or the term limit, specifically stated going forward. So anybody here serving on this board has the ability to serve 2 more terms after the fact. I believe it was 2 for the council. So Mr. Cusick would not be in violation at all, 3 more terms. Would not be in violation at all. Secondly, I'm not speaking to, no disrespect, but it's clear you 3 aren't changing your vote. So when I'm talking about Mr. Cusick, I'm pleading to the people who have at least fluctuated a little bit. No offense, but yeah, I understand you're not changing your vote. I'm not speaking to you because I realize that you guys aren't going to change your vote.
Sure.
My dad was a rock rib, cloth coat Republican. Loved Eisenhower. And actually, Ike was a good president. He really was. I mean, there are a lot of things he didn't do. But as I grew up in the 60s and learned about a lot of problems in this country and things that we glossed over and really didn't take care of, Mr. Myers would bring it up now and then, and I never begrudged him that because he was right. I may have had a great childhood and lived a good life, but not everybody did. And I would go to different things and political, different situations, and I saw the assassinations, and my dad would go to some of the things, and one of the things that would get clear to me was, it was an old saying that Republicans fall in line and Democrats fall in love. And the older I've gotten, the more I've come to believe, you know what, that may be true. And one of the reasons I became a Democrat, which today is just blowing my mind, is because I'm so damn pig-headed independent. I wasn't going to have the leader of a party tell me how I should vote, or if I'm good or I'm bad or I'm this or I'm that, if I happen to believe a certain way. I think was the genesis of many unions. It's like, well, if you're a good American, you'll come to work for the money you get. And I said, no, you have conditions, you have this, that. So I've been a Democrat, and I'm not begrudging the party. I mean, our party certainly has its sins nowadays with getting to the extremes too. So I don't know, for me, the party thing, I have so many people now out in the audience and places out there, the public, that will tell you if you're a good Democrat or a good Republican. Those people are nonsense. And I was called about Mr. Cusick, and I was told point blank, you do not vote for Mr. Cusick. Well, you're lucky. I love making Mr. Cusick laugh because he has no sense of humor. So I spent a lot of my time just trying to get him to laugh. And I think he's a decent man, but I wasn't going to vote for John Cusick, probably mainly because of Graysdale. I agree with him. So the thing is, I hate the fact that this national narrative now is coming down to the local. And I think that's why I'm going to support, again, the motion to go to the judge, Because, yeah, I'm not even going to talk about Ms. Hunter again. I mean, I'd just be repeating myself. And I could say, hey, why don't you compromise on Deb Hunter? She's a Democrat, a woman. And it just goes on and on. So we're not getting anywhere. And I think we all realize that. So, I mean, we started this by saying you're not going to put anybody else down. And Lord knows I'm not going to put anybody down. I know reasons why they don't want a certain candidate. I can assume, I know my reasons why I want Deb Hunter. But it's just, we're not getting anywhere. It's obvious we're not getting anywhere. And everybody's idea of compromise is do what I want and then you're compromising. No, do what I want, then you're compromising. And that's become a new norm too. It's very sad. I'm actually saddened by the state of government today, at the top, at the bottom, and that's coming to the local level. And I really am. It's unfortunate. I'll tell you what, there are good Republicans out there, and there are really bad Democrats out there. That's the way of the world nowadays. And I'm not suggesting that anybody up here in the audience is part of that, but I just think it's really poisoned the atmosphere, and I regret that it's come to the local level. It makes the people who are out there that want to do this feel like, well, am I doing good? Am I bad? Am I good? Or where are they coming from? So that's why I'm going to abstain on a person at this point. So that's my compromise, and I'll wait for the vote on the, whenever it happens on the court.
I just want to say that I don't know why we're being told that we're not compromising. There's 5 of you. You compromise among 5 of you. I mean, but I mean, if there wants to be, why are you like, I feel like you're talking to me.
Well, 3 people have voted exactly the same the whole way, and I'm a person who's voted exactly the same the whole way. So the 4 of us have not compromised.
There's 5 other votes, though.
Well, they're individuals. They do what they want to do. They voted for different people. Well, they voted for different people.
Compromise with each other, and then you'll have 5.
But you may not have it for Paul Anthony.
And see that?
Okay, that's fine.
And we're not going to get there. So that's why I'm saying I go to courts. You're hoping and praying that somebody's going to say, I'll say Paul Anthony. And then a 5th is going to say Paul. And I hate this because Paul's a great guy. And he's being made this like poster boy for this nonsense that's going on up here. And this is why I said, Paul, you want to think about this. But, anyway, I hope the court picks you. Let's put it that way.
I was discussing with Mr. Spadoni,
I'm done.
no apologies. I was discussing with Mr. Spadoni, do we have the option to call a special meeting or, and we're trying to figure out when the absolute last day is. And if we waited till the meeting on the 1st and deferred the vote until the 1st, if maybe time away from this would give people clearer heads and other thoughts. I don't know if that, I guess my question is the 1st, the 30th day, or is it the 31st day? Because Ms. Zirinsky resigned on the 2nd, correct?
I think it was at 0001 on the 2nd, so.
So does that make that the first day?
Yeah, she would be the first of the month she retired. Because if she would have retired in November, we would have had a special election and we wouldn't be doing this right now. Because it would have been.
Well, that's not my point.
Right.
My point is if she resigned on the 2nd, then does the 3rd become the first day? And I don't have a way to answer that. And I don't get a ruling on the court from that. And I don't want to screw that up. So I'm looking at other dates. Do we call a special meeting? I'm not going to be in town next week, but I would come back on Friday to do it. If we had to do it on Friday night, I would come back. But if you want to go one more round to see what you can get, or if you want a motion again to go to the court, it's up to you.
I think we're running out of time. I think our next meeting is too late. I think it's 30 days. And then the court has 15 days to appoint somebody. I mean, if we do that.
Can I make a motion?
You can certainly make a motion.
I make a motion that we send it to the court and let them take the phone calls and the texts, and you'll know how a judge responds to that.
They won't take phone calls, do they?
You're darn right they won't.
Is there a second on the motion?
I'll second that again.
Question on the motion.
Yes, sir.
As we indicated, it is for any member of council to petition the court. do I presume that all 8 of you want to be petitioners?
Well,
I think you have to see
you
how the vote goes.
individually petition the court, it says in the Home Rule Charter. What does it say? You just read it before.
It says the following in 105. Pardon me? Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. I'll be chastised for that. If the county council fails to appoint an individual to fill the vacancy within 30 days after the occurrence of the vacancy, the court, upon the petition of any member of the county council or any 5 registered voters of the county, shall appoint an individual to fill the vacancy within 15 days after filing of the petition.
Right, so I read that we would do that. If I wanted to put in Paul's name, I would do that individually. You wouldn't be doing that for me as our solicitor here. We'd be doing that as an individual county person. Correct?
He's saying you
I
petition
don't
and
think,
put
I don't think you
somebody's
petition
name.
for a particular person.
Any
just
person
asking
from
them.
council can petition the court
The council can be the petitioner, correct?
for a person to fill the vacancy.
Yes, that
Yeah.
the court would pick.
Right, that the court would pick,
Well,
of
so Ken
course.
is asking if you give the name to the court to choose them, or does the court take all the applicants and just
They
pick
take who,
anybody?
I thought they took who the council, whatever, if, say only one council person recommends somebody from council, and then 5 voters recommend somebody else, that's the 2 people they get to pick from.
I have lived my entire life of being open, transparent, and trying to follow the law. I would give him all 27 or 25 applications.
I don't agree with that, but okay.
Well, you
Mr.
just-
Brown has the floor.
If I recall, Ms. Zirinsky's letter of resignation, it was effective with the swearing in her role as controller, which would have been January 2nd, at least as my math has February 1st being the 30th day hence. And if I would support Ms. Fargo's position that we take time and take this up on February 1st, assuming,
Sorry.
and I'd like verification that the 30th day is still within the purview of council to have one other attempt at finding and selecting its 9th member.
February 1st, for my calculation, would be the 30th day.
So I'd like to put a motion on the floor that we.
Wait, there's a motion.
Oh,
We
I'm
can't
sorry.
do a motion until the other motion's voted on, but thank you. Write it down so you remember.
Well, you know what? I don't know what Ken's gonna do. I'll withdraw the motion and hear what he has to say. So I'll withdraw the motion to refer it to the courts. And you have to ask Ken if he agrees.
Christopher, am I right? If a motion's withdrawn, there is no motion that was second then, right?
Right, there's no second.
Right.
There's nothing in front of council at this point.
Okay, so, shoot.
Where's Mr. Brown?
The motion is withdrawn. Sorry, that's my job.
Then I'd like to make a motion that this matter be tabled until the 30th, February 1st council meeting, and be taken up as, at that time, with the assumption and confirmation that that is 30th day within the purview of council to still appoint its 9th member.
Second.
Was that Jeff or Ken?
Jeff.
Thank you.
No, Jeff seconded.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
I
Discussion?
thought I heard your voice.
Discussion?
Before we discuss, can we finesse that a little bit? Motion that we table until February 1st and taken up at that time, given that that is in fact the 30th day. So should we, I get it.
You have to table.
All right.
Do you, Chris? There's nothing to table.
I just have a question.
I can defer to the solicitor to clean up that motion with the intention.
Just have a question. If it is determined after you take the vote that the first isn't the 30th day, then what?
Then I have to have a special meeting, or I have to call a special meeting before the 30th.
My calculations are as follows. Her resignation was effective January 2nd when she was sworn in. There are 31 days in January. My arithmetic says that's 29. and then there you go to the first.
May I interject?
Yes, sir?
If you want to do the math and you want to do it correctly, if she resigned upon swearing in, the meeting at 6:30 at night is after 30 days.
That's my concern, so that's
And
why
that's
if
how
I
I
have
think
to
the
have a
court's
special.
going to come down and say it. I mean, that's, 30 days. You said the day she
If I
resigned.
may, Ken, just clarify, I don't understand what you're saying about 6:30 at night.
He's calling it to military time.
Well, yeah, 18:30. If she was sworn in at 16:30 and she officially resigned, 18:30 is 2 hours past the 30 days, technically. I just don't think we should have another meeting to do the same thing we're going to do, because I'm not changing my vote. I think I picked the best person, so, I mean, I can't see coming here. If I don't come here, for that special meeting, you could just put down Paul Anthony for Ken Kraft every time. I'll just tape it to the front of my thing. And we can do that. I don't think we're going to get there. I think we have 3 and 2 and 3. I honestly, think we should stick with the, I don't see it happening. I'm sorry.
I think we probably agree on that point, but I would say this is also comes up a lot, legally, we've, as a group, never have I seen the legal stuff being thrown around in all the years, 17, 20 years, whatever, as I have today, like, well, you're this and you're that. Technically, you may be right, but ultimately, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Spadoni, you're our solicitor. You're our legal guy, not me, not you. I went to the same law school you did, Ken. And the thing is that ultimately, we go with his opinion, and also something that council has been afraid to do at times, which I'm not afraid to do, is if there's a disagreement or somebody comes forward and challenges us, which Lord knows we probably, now that you brought up, it'll be challenged by 6:30. Okay, let the judge decide. Let the judge, there's so many things, right? A judge can a judge can say, you know what? 6:30 isn't the problem. It's fine. The intent is there to do it, and
I have been a lawyer for 47 years. I have never had a decision where the court made a decision on the time of the day. They have made the decision under the rules of civil procedure on the day. And if it falls on a weekend, the 30th day, it goes to Monday, which this doesn't do. The 30th day falls on a Thursday.
Right, and she would have resigned on the 1st if it wasn't a holiday.
And I apologize for talking too much.
No, you've been asked the questions. Can I just, again, finesse, motion that we table or motion that we defer the vote? Because if we table it, then we have to bring it off the table and it's
I'll
two
make the motion
actions.
to defer the vote till.
I second the motion.
You
February
can't
1st.
because it's Mr. Warren to agree to the amendment. Or wait, do I have to just? Hello, stay with me.
I'm right here with you.
I was asking him to change one word. So I have to vote on an amendment to the motion, or can I just change one word as a
He
friendly?
amended his motion, and he needs the assent of the person that seconded, and I thought that was Mr. Kraft, if I'm.
No, it was
I
Mr.
second
Warren.
Mr. Warren, I'm sorry.
It was Mr. Warren. And do you agree to change the word from table to defer?
No, I do not.
Okay. You can't. Motion, second. I'm trying to amend the motion. He doesn't agree. I can't do it. So read the motion, please.
The motion was that this matter be deferred until the 30th day, February 1st, 2024, council meeting with confirmation that it is the 30th day.
And that's the way you recorded it the first time?
First time was tabled.
Well, no, he didn't agree to change it to
No.
table. You can't
All
say
right.
defer.
Deferred.
This matter is tabled until the 30th day, February 1st, 2024, council meeting with confirmation that it is the 30th day.
If you have a motion to table with a second, there is no discussion.
All right, so then we're ending the discussion. We vote on the motion.
Is there a second to the table? That's what I'm asking.
The original that's what I'm saying. He wrote motion that we table until the 1st and take it up at that time. That's what he said. So he didn't just say, I table him, it was a little
Was
more.
there a second?
And he seconded.
Good.
Yes.
Vote on the motion,
There's a
yes?
vote. Yes, no discussion.
Vote on the motion.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. Warren?
Yes.
Mr. Giovanni?
Yes.
Mr. Gilfredo?
Yes.
Mr. Heckman?
Yes.
Ms. Keegan? Yes. Ms. Fargo Hefner?
Yes?
Mr. Kraft?
No.
Motion carries by a vote of 7-1.
Thank you. Motion is tabled.
Motion to adjourn?
No, we have other business, county committee reports. Council liaison reports, have there been any? Council clerk report?
Nothing.
Council solicitor report?
Nothing.
Thank you. Will you do me a favor? Will you check on the date and make sure that we're good on the first?
I'm telling you that we're good on the first.
Thank you. Motion to adjourn? Second? All in favor? Thank you.
When you do that, you put the question on.
I forgot.
No, big deal. Don't be definite. And it's defensible.
Okay, but I'm just,
He's got this deal that says,
I know.
at the time of the day, that's not gonna fly.
So, and now, here's the other thing. The people that took away their. So it's like. Right, right. But I know that's what you're saying. Everybody's going to hell, why didn't they tell us? You know what I mean, from us.
Before they couldn't bring some people up.
Hi, nice to meet you. What's that? Oops, go ahead, Aileen. All right, I gotta get my husband to pick me up.